Division of KNIKS, Mr. DC Kurniadi. How are you, sir? And
Thank you.
I believe, yes, I believe you are fine. And thank you for the time you have spent here, despite, I believe your busy activity today. And also, honorable to our mentor, our teacher, our lecturer, and our research person today, Prof. Mansur Ibrahim, who again accompany us in this session. How are you, Professor?
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. We are very grateful, Professor, for the time that you took to teach us and share knowledge and experience with us today. Not only today, but also from the first session until this session, Professor. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to us. And also thank you to all participants who have faithfully and consistently participated in this workshop series from the first session until this 8th session. I hope all of you will consistently follow the workshop series until the last session. And also thank you, of course, for the KNIKS, who have established this workshop series for us. Thank you once again. Before we begin our agenda today, let's begin with basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin.
Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Marhama Mutahharoh. Thank you also for KNIKS for giving me a chance to be a moderator in the session. I'm very honored and very nervous actually. Thank you so much. And before that, before we proceed to the main agenda, we will first listen to the morning greeting. The opening remarks, which will be delivered by the head of Sharia Economic Law Division of KNIKS to Mr. DC Kurniadi. The time and the screen is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Marhamah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Professor Mansur Ibrahim from International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, INSIF. Lecturers from UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, University of Indonesia, IPB University, and IAI Jakarta. All participants, ladies and gentlemen. In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Compassionate, and praise to be God, Lord of all worlds. Prayers and peace be upon our Master Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and on all his house and companions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for each and every one of you for being here with us today in this International Workshop Series Session 8. We would like to extend our highest gratitude to Professor Mansur for sparing his time and knowledge to be our mentor for this workshop. And also, we couldn't have done this event without the organizer from UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, to IIPB and IAI Chapter Jakarta, as well as KNIKS. Thank you very much. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala always grant us good health, blessing, and prosperity during this pandemic. Today, we are already in the 8th series. We will discuss about abstract conclusion and implication. For all selected participants, please use this opportunity to learn as much as you can right from the expert. We ask for your commitment to do your best during this session, including do the task from Prof. Mansur. We still have 2 more workshop series. First, it will be held on Wednesday, 10th November, the day after tomorrow. And second one will be held on Wednesday, 24th November. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, I hope all of you, especially the participants, can keep your enthusiasm to learn again in today's workshop. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala bless you all. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Mr. Deshe Kurniadi for delivering the opening speech with excellency, which I believe that will boost the mood of today's session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the main agenda, which is the presentation of the subtopic on the abstract conclusion and implication. I think we all already know that many has said that to know the content of a publication or article or a journal, you don't need to read all of the pages. There is three parts in the publication or article or journal that you need to read to know the content, which are abstract, and then the result and discussion, and then the conclusion. So the subtopic which will be discussed in this session of the workshop series is on the abstract, conclusion, and implication. The presentation, as always, which will be delivered by our mentor, Prof. Mansur Ibrahim, which I believe that all participants here already know very well about our professor. Of course, after a session that have taken place, but even so, let me introduce him one more time briefly. Prof. Mansur Ibrahim is a professor and Deputy President Academics and also a Dean at the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance. And in 2020, he is ranked top 2% world as a scientist in the field of economics. Related to the Scopus citation rank in 2019. I believe it show his credential about him. So without further ado, as our time is also very tight today, so let's listen to his presentation to Prof. Mansur. The time and the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Bu Marhama, and then Dece from Kurniadi from KNKS, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, I ranged a little bit in terms of what I would like to discuss. I will mention about the implications of your work first, and then I will discuss the conclusions. The second part, I will discuss the conclusions, and then the final one, that normally we write the final after we have completed everything, the abstracts, right? And conclusions and abstracts, in my opinion, should be easy to write, right? Because we have done everything, right? We have done everything, starting from introductions, right? And then we do literature review, and then we explain our data that we use, as well as methods that we adopt to address the research objective, right? And then we present our results. Now, we have done everything, which means that at the point of completing the results, we should be able ourselves, because this is what we have been going through maybe for the last 5-6 months, right? This is our research that will not take place in only 1 day or 2 days, but we have gone through for the last 6 or 7 months. And in fact, with respect to our workshop, for example, for the last 5 months, we have gone through for the last 5 months. So at this point, I would say that you should be the expert of your topics, right? Because you have gone through all those, right? You know exactly the findings. You know exactly what method that you use. Now at the end, you have to make conclusions and you have to write the abstracts, right? So I will go to the conclusions and the abstracts And in fact, writing conclusions and abstract, as I mentioned, right, is easy. We can follow whatever the abstract and the conclusions that has been written by some other articles and see the elements that need to be included in the abstract and the conclusions, because both conclusion and abstract, they are related. The only thing, abstract is shorter than the conclusions, right? So I will discuss the conclusion abstract, but I will discuss a little bit first on the implications of your work. What is needed in discussing the implications. When I say implications here, okay, means with the result that you have at hand, right, what lessons, what recommendations that you can make. So that's what you mean by implications, right? So I will discuss a little bit in terms of hints on implications. Now, before I discuss the hints on the implications, let me go through what we have done a little bit as part of the review, right? As a review of what we have done. So that we know exactly what we need to do. Right? Now, if you look at, we are moving to have our first draft of the articles. I know some of you may already have the first draft, right? But then you have to remember the fact that the first draft will not be the final draft, right? The first draft will not be the final draft. Now, if you remember what we have discussed in the context of the writing, right? We have gone through all this, right? I would like to review a little bit. We have gone through writing introductions. We have gone through literature review. We look at data and methods. We learn on how to interpret the results and how to strategize on presenting the results if we have more than one results, right? Which normally are expected in good articles where we have our basic results, initial results, or mostly people call it as baseline results. And we go through various robustness checks, right? So that's what we have done. Now, remember, for every topics that we have done, right, I have noted and have explained what are the elements, or more exactly, the information that need to be in each sections we have discussed, right? So normally in the first draft of articles, what you have to do is gather all those informations and just write, right? And the first draft, right? And I've seen your first draft. You don't need to worry about basically your writing, right? In terms of whether it's good English or not, right? Or even to a certain extent, the structure of the organization within each sections. What you need is to gather all those informations, just put in, just start writing, right? Do not wait your writing to be perfect before you write. That you have to put all information first. Now, if you remember that when it comes to introductions, right, what do we need introductions, right? We need the themes, right? Open up the introductions, remember, right? And we need to basically refer to the discussions that maybe you can get from the professionals or from the academic articles, right? The one that I term it as practical relevance of your topics or theoretical academic relevance of your topics, in the sense that you want to highlight the fact that under this theme that you try to look at, you have controversies, you have debates, right? Or you have certain issues that you want to raise that paves the way for the gap of your research. Right? And that's why I say, if you can gather information on the statistics, if you can gather information of the views of those peoples, right, in the practices, especially the authority, right? We just gather them and try to put them. And we gather the debates in the academia, the theoretical debates, right? The empirical findings that may be conflicting. that you want to try to come in and try to reduce that contradictory findings in the literature, that you try to reconcile them, you try to look at different angles and so on. So those are things that you have to put in before you highlight your objective, right? And your contributions. So these are type of things that you have to put in, right? Just highlight what are controversies and put in your introductions, right? And then your objective, your contributions, right? And then you go to literature review, where we have discussed literature review. You go to the theory first, and you go to the empiricals, right? Studies that has been done that address your objective. You have more than one objective. You may want to divide your literature review into different objectives and try to review existing studies. The intentions of literature review is to tell people, to synthesize whatever studies that have been done so far, and to inform what we have understood so far regarding the topics, and then to highlight the gaps again in your literature review, right? So that's why when we discuss literature review, the way we structure literature review have to be in line with the objective that you have, right? And there are many different ways to structure literature review as what we have discussed before, right? And then we go to data and methods, which means you have to describe clearly how you collect data, what are source of data, how you define the variables and so on, just put in there. And then what are the methods that you use, and be more specific in terms of the method that you use and how those methods address your objective. Again, go back to your objective, right? And then we go to the results. Now, when it comes to results, we discuss interpretations of results, how you should interpret, how you should compare with the existing result or previous studies, and how you should refer to the theories and so on. So those are the results that we put in. And then also we discuss in terms of tabulating the results. And normally we have descriptive statistics, and then we followed by correlations. And now we have our first result, and we strategize on how to perform robustness checks and present the result accordingly, with the main focus on our main theme, our objective, right? Now, if you look at what I have described, these are all information that you need to be gathered and you need to write, right? Now, and then you put the conclusions in and you write the abstracts, right? And that's what I put in our topic here. So we are completing the first draft, right? And remember, the first draft will not be the final draft. The first draft may have a lot of flaws, right, in terms of writing, right? In terms of writing, may have a lot of flaws in terms of writing, but that's the first draft, understandable. As long as you have all those informations in the one that we have discussed, right? Then after we complete the first draft, right, and hopefully I will have some example of the first draft, so that in the final sessions, we can focus on looking at those drafts and how to revise them, how to revise. Because if we have all the information that we need for all sections, and we put in, it doesn't need to be complete, but we have all of them in there. Right? The first revision that we do is to restructure the flow first. Right? How to restructure the information that you have put into your, right, in your introductions, in your literature review, in your data and method and result, right? So that we have a good flow of our writing, right? So the first revisions is about having a good flow of the articles, right? Because maybe you put in, but then it may not be at the right place, but that's okay for the first draft, right? As long as you have all information, right? I always tell my co-authors or my students, right? If they want me to revise for them, right? The basic is not about you have a good writing skills, right? But then you have to have all information that are needed for the articles, need to be in the articles, right? Regardless whether information have been structured according to the flow or not. As long as you have all information, it can be restructured quite easily. That's why when we discuss each one of them, a lot of emphasis, what is needed in introductions, what is needed in literature review, data and methods and result and so on. You have to put all those, the first revisions, to restructure back and look at the flow, right? To make the flow, to make the scripts, right? To look well. When people read from the first paragraph to the last paragraph, people doesn't have, or people feel that this is a good flow, doesn't have any digressions, doesn't have any informations that divert the attention of the readers to something else. So that is the first thing that you have to do, right? And that's the first draft. And then you have to revise for the second draft, right? And second draft is basically try to revise on the grammars, right? On the English and so on, right? So that the second one, right? Revise. And of course, when we put in the first draft, second draft, we try to look at what mistake that we have done in various aspects and try to revise them, right? So the flow is first, and then we revise the English, right? Put the words in there. So that's the second one. And then we make the final one, final draft, right? So at least I would say you have to revise 3 times before you can get your final draft, right? So these are our first steps to get our first draft, right? And in order to get that first draft, we have to put conclusions in, we have to put abstract in, right? So that the theme of our presentation today, to write the conclusions, and then after we write conclusions, we write the abstract. And before I discuss the conclusions, and before I discuss the abstract, and then let us go through together, right? But after we discuss conclusion and abstract, some examples, right? If you look at examples, it's quite clear they follow exactly the same format. In the context of that conclusions, abstracts, roughly they have the same format of what they want to put into the conclusions and what they put in the abstract, and we can follow that exactly. And that's why I say these 2 parts are quite easy relatively to some other sections of your articles, because these 2 parts summarize what you have learned so far, right? After 5 or 6 months of doing the research on that topic, right? So you should know exactly what you have learned so far, and you should be able to put them and refer to the existing articles on how they are writing the conclusion and the abstracts, right? So that's what I will try to do. But the first that I would like to discuss, right, how to draw implications, right? Or what are the hints that I would like to give you in terms of drawing implications, because this is also important, right? Because at the end, that people would like to know with your results that you have, what do they mean, right? What do they mean from the results that we have, right? So that's basically the implications of the work that you have done, and how to embed the implications in your articles, right? How people do them, right? That I will discuss that one first. And what are the hints that I should give you in terms of writing the implications of your work, right? So you are at the final stage of getting the first draft, right? And as mentioned, hopefully I will have few articles, right, that provide me the first draft. And then I also have read the ones up until basically data and methods, and have something to say regarding data and methods. Maybe on Wednesday, I will go through all the section that you have been submitted to me, and try to look at and try to inform you that, right, because I see some gaps, right? The gaps are very simple, right? In terms of your writing, the information that you provide not sufficient, right? Because I do not look at the way you write yet, the way you structure information yet. I just look at whether you have information needed for each section or not, right? And the gap is that you don't have all information. There's still something missing, which is not sufficient, right? So the only thing that we should do in terms of the first revisions, just try to get more information and put in there. And after we get those things, then we start thinking of, after we put all those things, write conclusion, write abstract, then we are going to have the first draft. And once we have the first draft, we go back and try to restructure all those informations so that we have a good flow of our works, of our article. That's my intentions, right? So once you know all this, that once you start writing, and I think all of you have a feel of writing, right? And sometimes you feel quite difficult, but then as long as you get the right information for each sections, right? Just put those information in. Right? Do not worry yet about the structure, right? Because we are going to revise anyway and try to look at and try to restructure, right? And for me, when I will give you the whole feedback later on, I think some of you have noted, have gone through the paper 58, for example, quite good information that have been provided, but then there's still some small missing element that need to be added in. And that one, I will provide basically, I will provide the feedback in the sessions number 9 and session number 10, which really look back on what you have done and try to improve of what you have done. Right? That one very important parts. Okay. Now let me go through the implication first, right? And then I will discuss the conclusion, because for me conclusion is easy. And then after that, maybe the time for us to break, right? And after break we come back, we go for the abstracts, right? We go for the abstract, and I would like to see you are able to write the abstract, because abstract is easy, right? The abstract is the shortest part of your article, but again, very important part, because normally, as the Marhamah mentions, right? In terms of people reading, they will read the abstract first. They will not read introduction first. They will read the abstract first, and try to see what result that you have. And from that abstract, then they will decide whether they want to read the whole articles or not, right? So that abstract must have that elements of attracting the readers to read further. And that one really important part, right? So let me basically go to the implications of the work first, of your finding first, and try to discuss what need to be and how you put in the implications in your articles, right? Remember that when we discussed before on writing the results, right? When you discuss the results, right? What information that need to be in there, right? The first one, the significance, right? You have to put in there, these are statistical significance, the test, the significance, right? And the second ones that you have to put in there, the answer to your research questions in your results, right? Answer to your research questions, right? Which is basically you have raised based on your hypothesis. For example, does financial inclusion promote growth, or digital financial inclusion promote growth? You have to answer based on the result that you get, right? And that the result, when you read the table one by one, of course, you're very specific in that case. Okay? You can say, for example, as may be observed from the table, you observe the coefficients of digital financial inclusions to be significant at what percent, right? And then this indicate what in terms of your findings and implication. And then you also compare with previous finding, if available, right? Compare with previous study, right? Previous study, or you have mentioned the theories, because when you start your work, for example, you observe that there are theoretical contradictions. Some theories say this, some theories say the other, right? So basically you discuss in this context. So these are basically discussions of results. Now, when you have done all these things, the next thing, implications, right? What you can learn from here, of course, you compare with previous studies, you look from the theoretical perspective again, right? And then you have to discuss implications. Now, where to fit that implications in? So that's what I will try to explain to you in the context of writing implications of the findings. And this 1, 2, 3, 4 here is your findings, where you have the finding, you discuss with respect to the previous studies, right? And this one coming from your literature review, right? And also this one coming from your theoretical review, you put your finding in the context of theories, right? Let's say you may say that, okay, our finding supports the competition stability view. Our findings support this. Our findings are more in line with this theory and reject this theory, for examples, right? So these are discussions of your finding, right? And once you have done this, the next thing, the implications, right? Now, when it comes to implications, these are related to your main findings. Again, go back to your articles, the main themes of your work, right? So if you look at from the first day of our discussions, right? When we write articles, always the most important one is the main theme. What are the objectives of your article? And everything centered on that main theme, right? The literature review, the methods, and then the results, and now the implication centered on that main themes. Very important, and that's why in article there should be no digressions, right? Unnecessary digression from that main theme, because at the end you raise the questions, you write the hypothesis, right? And at the end of those, after you have done the research, right, you have to answer that research questions, right? You have to address that objective. And when you address the objective with the answer that you get, what are the implications of your answers? So those are very important part for us to look at when it comes to implications of the finding, right? And again, any one of you stop me anytime, right, if you have something to ask when I explain to you regarding the implication of findings or writing conclusions, and at the end writing the abstracts, right? You can stop me anytime and we can discuss. And in fact, I would appreciate if you have anything to ask, just basically turn on your or unmute and then just ask, right? We'll be as informal as possible. Right? Do not. These are not formal class. In fact, right? I don't feel that this one is formal class between us, but then very informal. Right? If you have anything, just ask. Okay? Now, let me continue into this case first. When it comes to implications of finding, right? Now, see, as mentioned to you before, that research objective, right? That you have to go back again when you try to discuss implication of finding. Remember your research objective, right? Because no research can start with out research objective. So which means that you start your research with research objective, right? And your research is on something that have yet clear answers, right? Or have yet been basically concrete in terms of existing finding. And you have the reasons why we are not so clear yet. There may be some other element that have not been considered, for example, right? So you embark on questions, issues that have no clear answer, and that's the research, right? So remember the first thing that we have done. You do not do research if you already have the answer, right, to the problem, right? If you have the answer to the problem. So you start research with something that have no clear objective, and that's why I mentioned always in introductions, right? Rather than try to give the fact without stimulating control, without instigating controversies, right? That giving the fact will not be sufficient to motivate your work. You have to tell, you have to instill, right, in the reader's mind that exists something incomplete with what we try to understand, right, regarding the subject matter. So that's why you have to raise controversies, right? You have to raise controversies. I give you an example, the one that has been written by some, for example, regarding Islamic banking. From the first paragraph to the paragraph before the objective, all are good about Islamic banking. and then you state your objective. But if all are good about Islamic banking, for example, right, without any issues, questions, controversies, debate that has been raised, then your research will not be well motivated, because your research starts with objective on questions, issues that have no clear answers, or the answer is not complete. Why? Because existing research doesn't take into consideration of certain aspects. Right? So you have to remember always why you do research, because of this, right? Because of this. And when you do the research, right, the focus is on the research objective. As I mentioned before, right, every section that you write centered on the research objective. Introduction, you try to motivate and try to tell people how significant to address this. And these are the gaps that I try to fulfill. Literature review, again, you center on your objective. Data and methods you constructed to address research objective and results. Right? You may have many results, but the main result that you focus the most, right, would be on your research objective. So these are the focus of the research that you have done. Or the information that you feed into each section so far. Right? So when you want to write implications of finding, go back to that research objective. Okay? Now, once you have those, you have research finding. Right? How do you answer the research question that you have raised? Right? How do you answer that research questions? Right? You have hypothesis. Of course, it can be stated explicitly, your hypothesis, or implicitly in the form of research objective. How you answer them, right? Or what the answers to those research questions. And these are your findings. Right? Your finding, of course, as I mentioned before, you may discuss your findings in the context of existing findings. You may refer back to the theory and that discussions of your results. You have the finding. Right? Now, when you have your finding, these are, for examples, I give just simple example.
Contohnya ngorok grok. Baren, bilang ke Coach Lutfi, nanti isi materi untuk mahasiswa ya. Iya, tapi ahwat semua ya.
They are happy. Okay.
Sorry about that, Professor.
If they can unmute, will be good. Right? Now,
Yes,
if you look at the objective, let's say, the objective, I would like to examine how X affects Y. And these are empirical work in all objectives that you have, right? How media influencer affect the intentions, right, to buy halal products, right? How financial inclusions affect growth, right? And how this affect innovations, how innovation in banking affect bank performance. So those are the objectives. And you answer at the end, right? Which means you answer, okay, media influencer does not have significant impact on halal, and that your answer, right? That your answer. For example, you get that results, and you may get different results. This is just the example, right? So you get the result that answer your objective. Right? Remember, it's quite empirical work. It's not something difficult because you have research objective and then you answer them. And you discuss your research objective in the context of existing findings. So this is what you have, right? Some of you look at default rate in P2P lending, peer-to-peer lending. These are the characteristics of the loans that may influence the default rates, right? So you say that the loan size affect default rates, or characteristics of individuals affect the default rate. So that the answer to your research objective, right? So these are your findings, as I mentioned. Now, once you have this, right? Once you have this, right? I just give you an example. Finding affect Y positively, and the effect is greater for bigger firm. And that, let's say this is your answer. Right? This is your answer. Some of you that do digital financial inclusions, for example, right? You may come up with you may come up with the results. Digital financial inclusions affects economic growth positively, but this is true only for the countries that the quality of institutions is above the median. So you get that finding. but it's not true for countries that have low quality of institutions. Or you may get the finding, right? You may get the finding, innovations affect bank performance positively, right? But this impact of innovations is true only for the bank that are big. That what you can, that may be the example of your findings, right? So you answer finding, right? Now, when you have this finding, the end, as I mentioned, you have to mention what are the implications of that finding. So these are, when we say implications, these relate to the policy recommendations or managerial implications of your finding. Okay? Based on those, what would be your policy implications? If your work is related to, or your finding can be used as part of the policy design. So what recommendation that you can give, right? Or managerial implications, which means that what are the course of actions that can be taken by the managers or by those who can benefit from your findings? What action that they can take, okay, as a result of that finding, okay? So that's very important. And the critical part of this one here, right, is that implications try to answer, right, the key word here, so what questions, right? So what? And this one, really important, right? Why I say this one really important? Right? Because at the end, you find X to affect Y, right? Okay, I can say that, okay, X affect Y, right? So you find, let's say, the literacy, right? Islamic finance literacy affects, right, the adoptions of or the choice that people make, whether they would like to have to use the financing from Islamic bank or conventional bank, right? Okay, then people will ask, yep, you get that finding, but so what about that finding? Okay? Why so important about that finding? Is that finding so important that, so these are type of things that people will ask, people would like to know regarding your finding. It's not enough to tell people that, okay, I look at all these factors and how all these factors affect the intention to purchase, affect the intention to do cash wakaf, affect this, affect that, right? Factor A, B, C, affect this. You tell people, but not enough just to tell those. You have to tell a little bit more, right? You have to go to one extra step. Okay, we know from your study that you have done, A, B, C affect this. Then so what? Right? What is the implication of those? Right? So these are type of thing that you have to sit down and try to think from the perspective of theories, from the perspective of the discussion that people have made related to your topic, so that you can articulate the so what questions. Right? You have to answer this at the end. Right? But then the point that I would like to discuss here, right? Once you get the answer here, for example, once you get the answer here, right? Then where are implications placed in the article? Where should you place the discussions of the implications of your findings in the article? Where you should place them? Of course, as I always mention from the first class, like there are so many different ways to write the articles, right? And there's no single way, there's no unique way to write an article. There are many different ways to write them. But then what we try to do, what we approach here is someone who just try to learn on how to write. Right? So we put ourselves, and I know that some of you have been written before, some articles, but then for the benefit of us, we just stay back a little bit and say that, okay, we just want to write our first article. And that's why in terms of formatting the article, I provide certain suggestions, but doesn't mean that this is the only way of writing, right? But these are a good way of starting. And once we understand on how to write the articles, then we can adapt, we can change the style of writing according to our own style. But then at the end, all information that are needed in the article, whichever way you write them, whichever way you structure your articles, all those informations must be there. And that's the requirements, right? So the question that I would like to ask here, where are implications placed in the article? Where should you place your implications? Right? You get the results, right? Should you place at the end? Right? Should you place together with the discussions of your result? Or maybe you should not put in there. You may put in the conclusion later on regarding implications, for example. Okay? So these are basically some of the things that you should pay attention also when you read the articles. Right? When you read articles, try to understand where they put the implications in, which means that they have this result, but what are the meaning of this result, where they put the implication in. And that is a very important part. Right? And I will discuss a little bit in terms of this case, right? And give you two ways of putting implications in our articles. Right? Now, the idea more or less the same. Right? For example, when you discuss data, where you should put data in. I mentioned to you, you can have separate section for data. If, and that's the condition that we discussed before, if you have a lot to explain about the data. Okay? But if, for example, you do not have a lot to explain about data because your data are quite standard, people would be able to understand without having to explain in details, because you just get the variables from data sources, secondary data set, and people use that variable a lot, and that data can be embedded in some other section, like in the results section, for example. You can just mention briefly the data that you have used. So in terms of implications, the idea is more or less the same, where you should put in implications. Now, if you have a lot of things to say regarding implications of your work, like implication of your works, you have a lot of things to say regarding, I would suggest that you go to format number 1 here. Okay? Format number 1. Right? Remember, section 4 normally would be the result sections. Right? Section 1, your introductions. Section 2, related literature. Right? Section 3, you discuss the data and the methods that you use to address your objective. Section 4, you present the results. These are based according to the standard format of any empirical article. You have section 4, the results. So I would suggest if you have many things to say regarding your work, because you have many objectives, you have looked from many different angles where they provide you many implications. If that is the case, for example, it's good to put at the end and have sections called discussions and implications, for example, right? Or you can put implications, policy implications, and discuss at the end, right? So normally, if you use this format of writing your finding, right, what you have to do first, you start your presentations as what we have discussed before with baseline or basic results for the research objective of your paper. And in this baseline, sometimes look at the data. You may want to put descriptive statistic and correlations here, but normally this descriptive statistic and correlation will be discussed together with the data. But if you have not discussed with the data, because data you just explain the variable and so on, you may put statistics and correlations in the result sections before you present your first results. Right? Before you present your first results. Now you present your first result, you have baseline result, you have basic result, and you strategize as what we have discussed before on how to do robustness checks. And then you do robustness checks accordingly. Okay? You do robustness check accordingly. And after you have done, so these two sections, right, only presenting the results, compare the result with existing studies, right, for 4.1 here. Right? You present the results, these are my results, compare with previous studies, and mention a little bit in terms of the explanation of your result, why you get the result the way you get, in the context of theories and so on. And then you do robustness checks to see whether your result that you have concluded here remain the same or not based on the robustness check that you have, right, that you have done. And after you have done all these things, right? And because you believe that there are a lot of things that need to be discussed in the context of your finding, the implications of your finding, you have separate section here, discussions and implications. This to discuss the result and suggest policy and managerial implications. And that's what you put in extra sessions. What those results that you have done mean to others, right? Not to you, but mean to others, right? Who may benefit from your study, what those results mean to them. So these are things that you have to look at, and you can put separate subsections here, discussions, right? And as I mentioned, right, I give you this structure, but it need not be in this way, right? It need not be in this way. You may also embed discussions of results and implications in 4.1. In 4.1. Then robustness checks, you reiterate that implications with robustness checks. You can do this one also. Okay? And normally we do this, for example, if our implication is not so extensive, we have only 1 or 2 implications. Right? So which means that when you get your basic results that address the objective, you mention right way, these are the implications of your work. What that means to those who can benefit to your work. So that one can be done too. Or the other way that people have done, they just discuss the results here without giving implications, but they basically put in the conclusions a little bit more details, right? Or deliberating on the implications of the results. Okay? So these are various ways that you can put in, but you have to understand the fact that when you write implications of your findings, it doesn't mean restate your result. It means that what that results mean to others. Right? And that the significance of your work, right? That when you write, why so significant? Because you see it's significant because we do not know the answer yet, but that this is important for policymakers. This is important for monetary policy, the monetary authority. This is important for investors and so on, right? So these are things that you have to deliberate in these sections, right? If you look at, they should link well with the significance, with the contribution that you have made when you try to discuss the implications of your results, right? Now, remember, normally, when you have discussed here, the separate subsections and so on, normally the key takeaways from your work, right? You have to give key takeaways at the end, will be reiterated back in the conclusion sections, which I will discuss later on, right? Together with caveat or avenue for future research, right? Future research. So this I will discuss later on in the conclusions sections. I will give you a very specific format for the conclusions for you to follow first before you have any variations of conclusion that you might learn when you go through your research from time to time, right? But I will give you quite standard format on how to write the conclusions, right? So these are implications of findings. Now, how to write implications of the findings, how to write what we should not do. And this is a very important part, right? What we should not do regarding the implications of findings, right? Now, I would like you to reassess back your research objective, right? Reassess back when you see my discussions on implications of the findings, right? Implication of the finding. Okay? Because you look at that when people read your articles, right? When people read your articles, right? And when people read your article, let's say you come up with the conclusions that, right, in order to promote Islamic economy, right, we have to make people, or we have to basically educate, right, people so that they become more religious. Let's say these are your implications. So as a result, you say that the government should focus on Islamic education. Now, if you look at that implications of your finding, you have to ask yourself, right? You have to ask yourself this, right? Very important part. You have to ask yourself this. Without your study, right? Without your study, right? Will that implications not clear to policymakers? You don't have, without your study, will that implications be unclear to policymakers, which means that without study, policymakers cannot see. We have to put money educating people to be more religious. Okay? So very important part, right? Just to think a little bit in terms of that case. Okay? And some may say, this suggestion that you have made, right? You don't need to conduct a study because this is needed anyway, for example. So if that feeling that the readers have regarding your implications, then it means that your study is not important, because without your study, we already know this is important, right? To educate people so that people can be religious, right? So that's the obvious, basically. So that's why implications, you have to really sit down, right? Really sit down and try to tell that this is important and this is not obvious. My study is needed because my study support this thing, right? But if people say your study is not needed because we already know, right? Because there are a lot of things that people have done, for example, right? There are a lot of things that people have done in the context of in the context of research, but then when they come up with implication, people say these are already obvious. No need to conduct. No need for us to conduct a study to know this, right? So that's why research objective is very important, right? And you have to think of implications. That's why when we discuss the objective, right? At that point, when you put objective, you must be able to basically anticipate what might be potential finding. And with those potential findings, what might be the implication for each potential findings? If the implication of that is so obvious, then the research should not be conducted from the beginning, right? Because the finding that you have, right, with the recommendations must be something that policymakers, okay, we may have overlooked this. And this finding very important to us, for example. Those policymakers must be able to say that looking at your study, if policymakers read your study or other people read your study, we already know this, right? This is what we need to do. Whether we have your research or we don't have your research, we are going to do it anyway, right? Because we know that this is important. So if that is the case, then your research from the beginning need not be conducted. You have to look at other objectives, right? And that's why, as mentioned, in terms of conducting research, right? We have objective. By having those objectives, we have to anticipate the answers to that objective, potential answers. It can be 1, 2, 3. And from that potential answers, we already anticipate what might be policy implications, right? So that we avoid doing something which is having obvious policy implications. And so that's really important part in terms of implications of the finding. Now, what you need to do.
Professor?
Yes.
Yeah, excuse me, Professor. Actually, about that, I have a question.
Yes.
So, regarding the writing implication to the policy recommendation, yeah, or maybe a managerial implication. I mean, should we refer to the existing policies, or can we actually modify the existing policies, or maybe can we recommend a new policy recommendation maybe? But if we recommend a new policy recommendation, that may not even be proven. So how about that? Actually, this is related to your explanation about the policy recommendation, Professor.
Okay, let me give example in the following way, so that you can see, because when you provide policy recommendations and you say that it's not proven yet, that statements, for example, when you provide a new policy recommendations and you say that that's not proven yet, for example, that connection is something missing there, because you cannot say it's not proven yet, because policy recommendations must be backed by your results. Right? So which means you already have evidence for that policy recommendations. And so you cannot say that that new policy that I'm going to provide is not tested yet. No, you already tested. Right? Your objective that you have done, right, already support that policy recommendations. Right? So that's why very important. Let's say we'll give you this, right, in the context of finding. I'll give you an example. Right? Let's say you look at capital requirements. You look at capital requirements. Okay. My apology if I give you a lot of example in banking, right? But then more or less I will try to explain to you so that you understand what I'm trying to get into this case, right? You try to look at capital requirements, and then, right? And then you try to see whether the capital requirement that has been adopted, because the idea is basically the Basel III, right? Basel III have basically suggest certain capital requirements, right? What they term as pro-cyclical capital requirements, right? On the expansions, the capital buffer, they increase the capital requirements, right? So that the bank can build up capital during the good time. When they are in bad time, that capital has been built up can be used, and that can resolve certain problem in the banking, right? But then theoretically, people have issues with this, because people say that capital requirement may not necessarily make bank to be more stable during bad time, for example. Right? Why? Because when you put capital requirement on the bank, it's cost to the bank. Right? It's cost to the bank. And because of that high cost to the bank may try to recover that cost by engaging in risky behavior. So you look at the starting point, you already have controversies, right, in terms of the importance of this capital requirement. Right? So you try to look at the impact of capital requirements on risk of conventional bank and Islamic bank. Right? And this your study that you try to look at capital requirements, right? Or you may want to look at, let's say, ESG commitments, a good big topic that people are looking right now. If the firms or the bank commit to the ESG agenda, of course, they have to put some cost. How would this affect the profitability and the stability of the banks? So something that people look at. And again, from theoretical perspective, it's not clear. And that's why always we have to look at something that have no clear answer yet, and we'll try to contribute in that debate and try to answer that. Right? Now, let's say, for example, based on this research objective, you get this finding, right? You get this finding, right? You get the finding that, I just give tentative findings so that you can understand in the context of what it means by implications, right? What it means by implications, right? And the first one, you get the finding that capital requirements, right, increase bank risk. And the increase here is more for Islamic bank. And that you're finding, right? Which means that Islamic bank is affected more by the capital requirements, right? Capital requirements, right? So what would be your implications here, right? Your implications here. Of course, one implication that you can put in, right? Which means your questions, right? The validity of capital requirement itself from the analysis that has been done, right? Capital requirements, for example, may not work, right? In the sense that it may increase bank risk taking. And the impact of capital requirements is more for Islamic bank. So what that means, you raise the issues here that the policies that has been, now you question existing policies, right? The present policy framework that put Islamic bank and conventional bank under the same regulations, right, may not be appropriate. The monetary authorities should design different policy of Islamic bank, right? Different policy for Islamic bank, so that Islamic bank can compete on a more level term with conventional bank. Otherwise, Islamic bank will be affected more, right? So when you provide policy recommendation, you don't have to go into detail. What you have raised here in terms of this case, right? Based on your finding, what you have mentioned here, we need different policy for Islamic bank, because if you put Islamic bank and conventional bank under the same capital requirement policy, Islamic bank will be affected more, and that will affect the progress of Islamic bank. And that this policy, of course, recommendations, right, confirm what has been voiced by who and who, right? Because people have raised, how can you put Islamic bank under the same requirements? And you provide more finding from your part, right? So you look at what I have mentioned here, right? You suggest totally new policy for Islamic bank, but you didn't mention exactly yet, because you just suggest the implication is that central bank have to relook back at the policy. You cannot impose the same requirement for conventional bank, Islamic bank. Why? Because my study said you put the same requirements, Islamic bank will be affected more. See, you look at your policy implication is backed by your studies. So you cannot say that your policy that you have said there, right, you didn't have evidence yet, because you said that policy because of your study that have indicated that, right? So look in that context. So while you look in that context, whatever policy recommendation that you have provided, right, will not are supported by your study, right? Because that's what your results indicate, right? That's what your result indicates, right? So I'm not sure whether you get or not what I try to explain here, because you cannot give policy recommendations something that are not related to your results. Your policy recommendation have to be related to your result, which means that you already have support for your policy recommendations, right? So that's very important part, right? So this
yes,
one
very clear, Professor.
Yeah. So what exactly, and that different thing else, right? The only thing you raise here, you cannot impose the same capital requirements, right? Or maybe what you can do in terms of this case, for Islamic bank, let's say, I'm not sure, I forgot in terms of Basel III, right? Basel III said that during time of expansions, the capital requirement increased by a certain percentage. Let's say for conventional bank, you can say 2.5%, right? Increased capital requirements, right? But then you can mention for Islamic bank, it should be lower than this, because if you put the same 2.5%, then Islamic bank will be affected more, for example, right? So maybe for Islamic bank, you can put 1.5% and so on. So this is a suggestion that you can give, right? You cannot impose the same ratio for conventional bank, Islamic bank, right? But whatever policy recommendation that you would like to make or managerial implication that you would like to make, these managerial implications are supported by your results, right? So you don't have issue with recommendation is not supported. There's no evidence for that recommendation, because you cannot make recommendation without evidence, right? So this normally we call as evidence-based policy or evidence-based recommendations. Because of evidence that you have gathered, you provide that recommendations, right? So there will be no such thing that your new recommendations, right? For example, you propose a new thing, you don't have evidence, because evidence coming from your work, right? So I hope that is clear.
Very clear. Yes, very clear, Professor.
Okay. So that implication that you're finding now, how to get the implications, right? How to get the implications, right? The first thing to get implications, you have to identify who would benefit from your finding, right? Who would benefit from your finding? Very important. Okay. Now, it may be the academic, right? Which means that the scholars may benefit from your finding because your work resolving controversies, right? And suggesting good practices. Right? Your work suggested them, right? For example, right? You come up with constructs and you use different alternative construct or instruments, right? To measure, let's say in one of your work you have trust, but you have three different ways of, right? Three different ways of measuring trust. And you get the finding that one of the trust elements is significant. So this can suggest that the future work should rely on the trust that incorporate this, right? So that implication for the academia or resolving controversies, very important part, right? Now, you take a look at some of you that will focus in economics, for example, some of you may focus on looking at the wealth effects. The wealth effect means how the asset prices affect consumptions, for example. And you get that finding. The implication would be to the academia, any macro theory, right, in the future, for it to be complete, must recognize the presence of the wealth effect in their modeling framework. Right? So that provides implication for academia to be more, to be able to address or to be able to incorporate the wealth effect rather than assume away the wealth effects. Because sometimes when we construct the model, we make it simple. But then your work say that, no, you cannot make it simple. The wealth effect must be incorporated for us to be able to fully understand the interconnection between various macro variables. So that implication for the academia, right? For those who are in academic, because those in academic would like to resolve controversies, would like to build the models that are basically more realistic. And your findings say that, right? If you get your finding that state that purchasing power parity is not realistic, it's not right, then, and you suggest different framework. So when the academic build up a macroeconomic framework, they have to take that into considerations, that implications of theoretical building, right? Theoretical setup. It can be policymakers, their policies. What need to be done? What need to be accounted for, right? What need to be accounted for? You may come up with the conclusions that, okay, the government put a lot of initiative, right, to promote wakaf, right, to promote cash wakaf, a lot of initiative, advertisements, right, show, conferences, put money in and so on. But at the end, you find that, okay, those initiatives will not basically motivate people to contribute to cash wakaf. If, for example, right, they don't have access to the institutions that offer that cash wakaf, which means that the distance between the individuals and the institutions that promote cash wakaf are not there, or they cannot get access to the mobile or the digital platform. So which means that the policy is that you must have the good environment first for people to contribute to the cash wakaf. It's not enough just to have a road show, not enough to put advertisement on TV, right? While people doesn't have access to that institution, for example, right? Limited access is, which means the first thing that policymakers need to do is basically to increase access, widen access, make people to come into the formal financial institutions so that they know what are available out there first. So these are type of things that basically example of input to policies, right? For the firms, your results, for example, will that influence the firms, especially for improving performance, right? For improving performance, right? For example, for bank, you may come up with a result that say that, okay, moving toward diversifications make bank to be more unstable, right? More unstable, except the bank become bigger. So which means that before the bank can move and diversify into different activities, the bank have to expand its activities first in the context of lending. And when it reaches a certain point, when it has certain economies of scale, bank can expand and incorporate other businesses, right? So that implications for the firms, right? For investors, right? In terms of designing investment strategies. Many of you try to look at, for example, the performance of Islamic equity markets, Islamic stocks during the time of COVID-19, right? And maybe you have found it out that during the time COVID-19, right? See, you look at the impact, for example, right? And as I said, these are potential findings. Islamic stock market and the conventional stock market affected in the same way. The Islamic stock market affected less as compared to conventional, the other potential finding. Or Islamic stock market affected more. Whichever the result might be, you must have in your mind first what would be the policy implications. For example, if Islamic stock market affected less as compared to conventional stock markets as a result of COVID, right, you may hint, right, to investors that during the time of pandemics, as well as future uncertainties that might arise, diversifying into the Islamic stocks may prove to be beneficial in terms of reducing the risk. Because by putting the stocks that are less affected, for example, it will reduce the risk and at the same time preserve the return. Right? So these are type of basically the implication that you can put in. Right? So you have to think always, you have to think always regarding who will benefit from your findings. Right? You must think always who will benefit. And from that, based on the result, what recommendation that you give to them. Right? And then do not overstress your findings. Right? Do not overstress your findings. What it means, do not make recommendation too big that your finding cannot support. Right? Do not make your recommendations too big that your finding cannot support. Right? For examples, right? Or even do not make wrong recommendations. Okay? In one of the articles, one of the presentations that I have attended, I think quite many years back, for example, right? A person presenting the case, right? Because his argument is that we should go back to the gold standard. And he presents the result that the gold itself can be a good hedging asset for the inflations. Okay? So what that means is that, right, the gold price will increase together with inflation rates that make the gold value to be constant in real terms. Right? So they design an empirical framework where they regress the return on golds on the inflation rates. And they get negative coefficients, which means that as inflation rate increase, the gold price drop. Right? And if you observe that way, it means that the gold price doesn't have hedging property. The gold doesn't hedge against inflation. But then that finding conclude that we have to invest more in gold because gold hedge against inflation. That wrong implications. Right? For sure, wrong implications must not be in your article, but at the same time, you should not overstretch your finding. Right? You just tell exactly what your finding indicate without going too far. Right? Without going too far. Right? You have always need to put some delimitations of your recommendations. Right? For example, you find Islamic bank to be less risky during the time of crisis. right? You cannot say, okay, as a result of this, all countries or Indonesians monetary authorities should convert all banks to become Islamic banks. Because my result tells that during the time crisis, Islamic banks are less risky. In that way, our banking system will be more resilient. Right? That one, I would say, overstretching your finding too far. Because your finding said only one thing. As far as the risk during the time crisis is concerned, Islamic bank, right, is less risky. Right? So they look at only one, right? One aspect, the riskiness of the bank. They do not look at other aspects. So you cannot just take that finding from one aspect only and try to say we have to revamp the whole banking system. It's not sufficient, right? That I would say overstretching your finding, okay? Overstretching your finding, right? What you can say here, right? If monetary authority, right, is care, right, or is concerned about the risk of the bank during time crisis, right? An initiative must be done in order to increase the market share of Islamic bank. Sorry. So that the risk implication of crisis can be moderated in the future crisis. Right? So you have to be moderated a little bit. Do not overstress so too far. And as I mentioned, implications must be directly linked to your finding. Okay? And do not recommend course of actions that are not suggested by the finding. So again, try to think on this one, right? Whether when you make recommendations, are those recommendations supported by your findings or not? Okay? And sometimes when you try to make recommendations, you also couple your finding with other people's finding to strengthen your recommendations. Right? Because other people also have done more or less the same in your literature review and provide recommendations. So sometimes you can say that, okay, our findings is in line with what has been in line with the initiative that has been done by many countries to have bigger banks, like what have been done by Indonesia, right? And also in I'm not sure Qatar or I think Qatar also have one bank is emerging to become second biggest bank in Qatar, right? So you say in that context and so on. However, right, our finding also stress this, for example, right? So you can refer back to some other studies, some other recommendations and so on in the context of providing recommendation, but do not overstretch your findings, right? Because sometimes if what you have said, for example, are not supported directly by your finding, then you overstretch your finding, your recommendations, right? Very important, right? And this one also very important, should not be the obvious, right? Something obvious, right? Should not be the obvious, right? Your finding coming out that say that, okay, in order to constrain the inflations, right? Constrain the inflations, or in order to suppress or to reduce the inflation rate, the government have to increase the interest rate or have to run a contractionary monetary policy. But that's too obvious, right? Too obvious. Do we need to tell people that you have to contract when you have too high inflations? It's not needed because that's conventional wisdom, right? So that's why when it comes to your article, the finding that you get must add a little bit more thing, right? Little bit more thing, right? You may say that, okay, in order to contain inflation rates, monetary policy may not be sufficient. Based on the research that we have done here, right, that we have done during the time crisis, we do not see any clear systematic connection between monetary policy and inflation. And with the present time of pandemic, where we observe the inflation increase, right, any action for monetary policy may not work the government have to resort to some other policies, such as this, right? For example, because monetary policy not obvious. People would like to see that difference in terms of your implications. It must not be something obvious, right? For examples, right? One thing that you try to do, right? Being more literate about wakaf, right? Increase the cash wakaf contributions, right? Do you think that one is a good finding or obvious without the need to have the research, right? Now we have to rethink back our objective, right? Because as we understand conventional wisdom, people have to be literate first before they act on certain things, right? On the basis of rationality, right? So when you make recommendations, okay, we have to widen education on wakaf so that people become literate. Do you need to conduct a research for you to provide that recommendations, right? Doesn't mean that you don't need to provide that recommendation, but do you need to provide the research, right? The answer is yes. If you answer that in literature, what we have known so far, we are not certain, because in some cases, being literate doesn't mean that there will be more demand for the product or more contribution forthcoming in. If you have controversies, then you need to conduct research. But then there's no controversies. All people know, right? All people know, right? And that's why sometimes you have to be careful a little bit when you do research on the Islamic economics or Islamic economy part, right? Because always people make recommendations, right? That, or we have to be more Islamic, we have to turn to Islamic teaching, but that is obvious, right? Without the need to do research, that's obvious. And that one very important part, right? If they are seen to be too obvious, which potentially indicate that there's no need for research in the first place, because your recommendation is too obvious, right? That without research, people will make that recommendations anyway, right? So your papers may not be viewed, to provide contributions. And that one very important part in the context of implications of your findings, right? And that's why always when you, these are all strategies, in fact, right? When you try to do a research, right? Always when you try at the beginning, because every time it will start from the beginning, right? Start from the beginning. These are your objectives. Based on your objective, these are potential answers, right? 4 or 5 potential answers to that objective. Think from the beginning. When you read the article, if the answer is 1, what is policy implications? What is the implications? Right? If the answer is 2, what might be implications? If you think in advance like this, when you go and get the results, right? You already know what would be the implication because you think in advance, right? Because always very objective, right? You try to look at X affect Y. If X doesn't affect Y, for example, what would be your recommendations, right? You may say that existing studies that have been done so far have exaggerated the finding that X significantly affect Y. In fact, by doing this, we find no significant impact of X on Y. As a result, for example, capital requirements can be used because it will not increase the riskiness of both conventional and Islamic bank, right? Let's say these are capital requirement and risk. You really know in that context. If they have impact, what would be implications? So these are various potential answers. And that's why always you must have expectations of answer when you have your research objective so that you can have your implications stated from the beginning, or when you read article, you will keep an eye on the implication that people have discussed so that you can borrow that implication, you can take the implications depending on the finding that you have, right? And that one very important part. As I said, reading is not about extracting information alone, but reading about thinking of what people have put in, and you may take that lesson that you learned from the article that has been written and then reformulate it in context of your work. And that one very important part, right? So try to remember these three things when you try to write the implications. Identify who benefits from your findings. Right? Identify who benefits from your findings. Very important. Right? And then do not overstretch. Just say, link directly to your findings. Right? Do not link something that you have not found. Because sometimes I have seen so many articles that has been written, have recommendations too big that your finding cannot even support. Right? So your implication must be directly linked to the finding. And it should not be something too obvious, because when it's something too obvious, right? Like for example, you provide recommendation, just analogy, right? If you run, you'll be tired, right? So if you don't want to be tired, you should not run, right? So that's too obvious, right? In terms of the findings, right? So which means that that's why the objective is very important. Because you already say from the beginning, you want to contribute something. So which means your implications must have that little bit of contributions in your work. Right? Otherwise, people say, okay, these are too obvious. Right? The answer need not be put in there because we already know this answer. You don't need to do research. As a result, people will view your papers to lack contributions. And lack contribution is one of the things that the papers can be rejected. Right? So deep thinking required for us to put in the implications of the finding. Right? So let me stop here first, whether you have anything to ask before I go to the next one related to writings, the conclusions.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Mansur, who have excellent explanation on the about the implication of the research finding. And to all participants here who already have a question, you can ask directly or maybe through chat directly. Please raise your hand to ask directly to Prof. Mansur, or maybe you can ask through the chat room here in the Zoom. Please, if you want to ask several questions to Prof. Mansur. Actually, Prof, I have a question also.
Okay.
I mean, Professor, based on your experience in reviewing several paper or maybe article, did you also consider the implication of the research finding in the paper? I mean, yeah, how the research finding impacted the result of the review
No, I think very important to include that that recommendations or implication of your finding, because writing papers is not enough to say, okay, these are my findings, right? Because remember, at the end, the big question that people ask is this: so what about that finding? Right? So there must be some statements of that implications. Right? If you see in many, which I will give you into an example, they state some of them may not go into details. Some of them, they may want to go into details. Why? Because they believe that that implication is very interesting. Right? So they want to highlight. So always you must have this, right? Because once you have, for example, only the findings, these are the findings consistent with this, consistent with theory, these are my findings, right? And my robustness check say exactly the same thing. So when you have those, then it's not complete, right? People want to see the next in one paragraph at least, right? So what that finding means, to whom, right? So it must be in there, right? And it may not, for example, cause the paper to be rejected, but then referees may ask you, right? Can you add a little bit more of the implication of your work? Because referees, some referees, they are nice, which means they see that these findings have potential to be discussed further in terms of implications. So they will suggest you to basically add that implications, right? Add the results, what that mean in terms of the benefit of that result to other people. Right? Some referees will do that. So it may not be the main one to get you rejected. Now, remember, the one that will get you rejected is basically whether the issues are interesting or not, right? Right? Okay. Issues are interesting or not in terms of that case. Whether you have contributions or not, right? Significant contributions. If you're just repeating what people have done, right? You look at article that has been done on US, you take that article, you do on Indonesia. You take article has been done somewhere else, you take that one and do on Southeast Asia, for example. But without knowing exactly what are the difference between you and the other article and why you want to do for Indonesia or for Southeast Asia, then the lack of contributions, right? And then the flaw in your frameworks. These are the main thing that will cause the article to be rejected, right? You have the framework totally flaws, collecting data totally flaws, right? You say that you want to look at in terms of Indonesia, but you use convenient sampling from one university only, for example, right? So totally flawed. Basically, your framework doesn't address your objective, right? So these are people looking at. So which means that when you have flawed framework, the finding will be suspicious. And at the end, you have bad writing, right? And this is the one that we try to tackle, right? Bad writing, right? On the basis that we have all these things sufficient, right? Which means that the issues are interesting, we have a good contributions, we have a framework that are acceptable or the right one to address its objective. But at the end, when you have those, if writing a bad, for example, right, people will reject your work, right? So this is the one that we try to explain, try to look at. So basically, if you don't have them, referee may suggest, right? Because referee read your finding, but you have to remember, referee are not interested to look at your finding alone, significant or these are significant that are not significant. We are not interested to look at this alone. We are interested, okay, these are significant, but then what it means, right? What does it mean? Which means your analysis have to go above the significance, above comparing with some others. Tell us what that means in terms of the implications of that finding. So these are normally we look at when we review the articles. When I review article, I look at that's element, and that's why in many good articles that are published in good journals, they have this significance in there, in basically discussions of the results. They put in there what that means when it comes to the implications of the study, or at least they put in the conclusions, highlighting all contributions and so on, all the recommendations that they would like to make, right? So that's why when I discuss in terms where to put contributions, you have to look at where you want to highlight, right? Sometimes if there are not a lot, you put in there, but main thing, but not many points, you can put in conclusions. But sometimes you have so many points, you can put one separate sections discussing your recommendations. Yeah. Okay, any others?
Thank you, Professor. Very clear. Yes, there is one question in the question and answer chat box, but I think it's a bit out of topic for today's session, but let me read it for you, Professor. Assalamualaikum, Prof. I am, this is anonymous attendee, so Assalamualaikum, Prof. I am interested in doing research on digital Islamic financial literacy, but I'm hampered in references and theories regarding the DFL. Can you enlighten me on this? Yes, that's the question, Professor.
Yeah, okay, let me put in here first. Right? You have DFLs. Okay? Now, when you look at this, for example, your research is not clear yet, okay? It's not clear yet. What exactly you try to do, right? you try to look into measurements, right? You want to construct the measurements. My objective is to measure the DFLs, or digital financial literacy, right? Because you don't have hypothesis yet. But if, for example, you want to look at the relationship between digital financial literacy and how this one will affect, right, adoptions, right, adoptions of digital banking, for example, right, digital banking, okay? So adoption of digital banking, and what would be the moderating factor, right? Moderating factor, because the moderating factor means basically, let's say you look at financial crimes to be a moderating factor, right? Crime, okay? So if you have that clear objective, then you can look at theories. When you don't have clear objective, just DFLs, then there's no theory of DFLs. The theories is about explaining the connection between one with the other, and that you need theory. And that's what we have done so far, right? Someone have done on the planned behavior because they want to look at connection between influencer and purchase of the product, right? They want to look at the relationship between religiosity of persons and contribution to cash wakaf. They want to look at, for example, the impact of innovations on the performance of bank. You look at connection. When you have that connections, for examples, right, then you can take a look at the theory, right? So that you have to set up first your specific research objective, which I said it's not sufficient just say I'm interested in DFL, but yes, you're interested in what way you're interested in DFL. And once you have this, for example, right, once you have this, let's say these are just examples, you have this. Now, remember, you are interested in digital financial literacy, but your work here fall under a broader term, a broader topic. What are the broader topic of this? Financial literacy, right? Because there are so many different aspects of financial literacy. These are the broader terms. And I would suspect that there are many work that has been done to discuss the impact of financial literacy on something else, okay? Which might be related to what you have done here, right? Adoptions, right? Adoption of something. Doesn't have to be adoptions of digital banking, adoption of something. So the theory that underlying this can be borrowed to explain this, right? So which means that you have to broaden the scopes. You have to look at your topic here is fall under what, right? Like the one that want to do digital financial inclusions. This one is just one element of financial inclusions, right? Because you have digital financial inclusions, you have physical financial inclusions where you have physical presence of the bank, right? So it's just one element. So you have to understand this topic fall under which broader topic, right? So that you can look at. So that's why when you read literature, it doesn't have to see this alone. You can look at financial inclusions also, right? That one really important. And financial inclusions here under broader topic. What are the broader topic? Financial development. Because under financial development, you have financial inclusion as one aspect and financial size of that as the other aspect, right? So that's why you have to understand your literature, where it belongs to. In that way, it's easy to search for the theory. But then you must have the objective first before you search the work that has been done that are related to your work. It may not be exact to this, but these are related literature that you can borrow them and use for your work, right? That use for your work, right? So these are basically the theoretical connections, right? That you have to search. I give you the other example in terms of this case. Let's say I'm interested to look at uncertainty and how it affects bank lending, right? Now, what are the bigger theory? The impact of uncertainty on economy, bigger one. Where bank lending is just part of this. But then out there, the theory have discussed this on the economy itself. Now, while you understand that your work is fall under this theme, right? The theory that you search is here, which you can use them to explain what you have here. Now, when you look this theory, you have all kind of theory. Irreversible investment theory, right? Portfolio balance theory, for example. All kind of theory that try to explain the implication of risk and uncertainty on agents' decision-making. Bank also economic agents, and bank make decision in terms of lending. How bank is affected by this can be explained from this theoretical point. So you have to understand, you have specific topic, but your specific topic fall under bigger topics. And you can search the theory there if you are not able to get the theory from here. Right? But normally when you read the article here, you should be able to get theory. But then if you notice, for example, the theory from here also is part of the bigger theory in here, right? So you must have that hypothesis first, not just DFL, for you to be able to search for the theories. But then when you search for theory, try to look at a keyword that are broader than what you have. Because digital is only one aspect, digital financial inclusions. Your work related to the problem of literacy. There are so many different literacy, economic literacy, financial literacy, political literacy, right? These are many different aspects, but the theory that underlining may be more or less the same. So that's why you have to search. And that's why sometimes become interdisciplinary would be very important, right? It's very important for you to be able to come up with the theoretical foundations, right? I hope I answered what you have, what you have there. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your very clear explanation, for your very clear answers to a brother and or sister to who have asked the question. I notice something important. It is very important for you to address which issue. Which issue you want to address in your research about DFL, and then you do not need necessarily refer to exact theory on DFL, but you may refer to the bigger or broader topic or theory on the financial literacy. I think that what I can summary from Prof. Mansur answers.
Okay.
Professor,
Yeah.
I think it is enough for the first session, Professor.
Sure. Yeah, now 11, we come back 11.
Before.
Yeah, 15
yes,
minutes.
Before we continue to other session, do you want to rest, Professor?
Yeah, we can stop because when I start conclusion,
okay,
we go the other 30, 40 minutes, right? So let's stop first before I discuss the conclusions.
Okay.
But for all of you, just pick up the question that you want to ask, right? Because we have the final two where I will provide feedback on what you have submitted to me so far.
Okay, Professor. Okay, to all participants, I think we have enough for this first session, and we will rest for 15 minutes. So we will come back to the Zoom in 10 past 15 minutes. Thank you. all participants, please do sit it in front of your screen as we will begin our next session. It is about conclusion. Yeah, Prof. Mansur, the time and the screen is yours.
Okay, thanks. We will continue into the conclusion part. Right? Try to look at how we should write conclusions. Right? I don't have a lot of things to say regarding conclusions, but more of providing examples at the end on how we should write the conclusions, right? Because as I have mentioned, right, conclusions, when you write conclusions, you are at the stage that you have done everything, right? You have write your introductions, you have written your introductions, you have your literature review, you have methods, right, explains, and you have your results, right? So you have done everything. So which means that the conclusions that would be easy. I would say would be easy step. And I would propose, of course, there are many there are many variations, right? But then as a starting point for writing the conclusions, I would propose basically the 3 paragraphs for conclusions. Or if not 3 paragraphs for conclusions, I would propose 3 points that must be mentioned in the conclusions, right? Where those 3 points, each one of them can fit in 1 paragraph, right? So that you have 3 paragraphs, or maybe certain point can be extended to 1 or 2 paragraphs, right? So you might have more than 3. But the minimums I would suggest would be 3. Or sometimes if you look at the conclusion, some articles have only 2 paragraphs, right? Paragraphs, not 3. So, but then I will propose 3 points that should be fit into the 3 paragraphs, right? So what are those points when we write the conclusions? Okay. And this one will be related also to basically the abstract that we are going to discuss, right? Now, point number 1, right? Or paragraph number 1, or few first paragraph that you have, right? 1 or 2, for example, right? It just summarize back the whole articles. You summarize back the whole articles, right? When you summarize back the whole articles, you do not need to go into the details of what you have done, okay? You just mention them. For example, in terms of data, you just mention them, what data, right? And what methods that you use, right? You just mention them in general. Do not have to go back to how you sample them, what are the profiles, your respondents, or where the data sources are from which year to which year, right? How you measure the variable. You don't have to measure them, right? What you have to state only in 1 paragraph, right, is basically to state the objective of your work, the data that you method that you use, and then list the main findings that you have, right? And this would normally be, would normally form the first paragraph of the conclusions, or few paragraphs of the conclusions, right? If you have quite few findings in there, right? So what it means in terms of this case is this, right? When you write the first paragraph, right, of the conclusions, normally you can go to any conclusions, right? Roughly they will start, right? Sometimes with the themes, right? 1 sentence with the theme, and sometimes they just go right away to the objective, right? For example, you can start with, okay, writing this. Let me put here. You can start with writing this for examples, right? These articles, again, state the objective, right? These articles do what, right? This article do what? Examines, for example, whatever the objective that you have stated. You can state few objectives just in general, right? And then you use the methods, right? Gathering data, for example, from interview of, right? Interview, right? Of how many respondents, right? How many respondents, right? Let's say from 250 respondents, right? Sample from, let's say, the millennials living in Jakarta, for example, right? So you have to tell exactly, right? We apply, let's say, partials least square SEM to answer, right? Address the research questions. Right? So just say in general, right? So these are basically you put or the research objective, address the research objective, the above objective, right? For example, the above objective. So you just say in general for the first, the above objective. You have state objective can be in few paragraphs. And then the second one, you just tell them, right? You just tell them, right? We uncover from the analysis, you can say, from the analysis, we uncover several interesting findings, right? Or several key findings, right? So what are the findings that you have, right? So these are the first paragraph. So you mentioned the first finding, you mentioned the second finding, for example. These are the main finding and so on. I just mentioned what are the main findings that you get from your article that summarize from what you have here. So these are a summary of your articles that you need to put, right? So that the first, the first, and in fact, when you look at this one, in your abstract later on, there will be more or less the same, right? More or less the same, summarizing the whole articles, right? And the difference between abstract with conclusions, abstract may be a little bit more details compared to the conclusion, because conclusion is, conclusion may be more detailed, a little bit more detail as compared to abstract, because abstract is constrained by the number of words that you should put in. General article will mention the maximum words, right, that you put in, right? Okay, and you mentioned the main finding of your work here, right? The main finding of your works, and when you may have the main finding, that will form your first paragraph, right? So these are the first paragraph you should write. This article examines, right, in your conclusions, which means provide a summary, pick up the main thing. You don't need to go into detail, as I mentioned, right? You don't need to go into detail, because the first one just provide a summary of the article, objective, methods, data, main findings, right? This would normally, as I mentioned, form the first paragraph of the conclusions, right? The first paragraph of the conclusions, right? Very important that we look at this. I will give you example after this, right? And I will give you some example from what I have done also, that I normally stick to these 3 points in the conclusions. In most of my articles, I stick into these 3 points, right? And the second one, right, we discussed before the break, right? What findings means, right, in terms of theories, what we have learned, what are recommendations we can make from that finding. Again, related to the main part only that you would like readers to take home from the research that you have done. The key takes away that from what you have done in terms of the critical linkage of your finding, which theories that your findings supports, and what do we learn and what recommendation that you have here. See, again, you have explained in details, perhaps in section 4, the implications. Now you summarize them in paragraph number 2, right? In paragraph number 2. And that point number 2 in the context of your implications, right? In context of writing your conclusions, right? And then sometimes this one, right? Some people do not put this one in, but then a good work, they acknowledge the fact that there are certain areas that your work may not be able to address, but it might be important, right? It might be important, which means that you have to highlight the caveats, the weaknesses of your work, right? What are the weaknesses? Something that you may have missed. Why? Because you cannot focus on everything, but you want to alert the readers that this aspect might be important that you have not put thing in, right? The weaknesses or the caveat that you have of your work, right? For you to be able to suggest to other people, this may be potential venue, right? Potential avenue for future research, right? So you want to suggest you want to indicate your weaknesses, right? What you have found here is interesting enough with these implications, but then you want to help, you want people further that have certain aspects that I have not addressed. These are my weaknesses, which can be looked at in future research. And that's what needs to be done in the conclusion parts, right? Always have these three, right? Think of these three, how to put in. And as I mentioned, this one would not be difficult because point 1 and point 2, you know exactly what you have done. The only thing you need to put in a more concise, right? In one paragraph, the summary of the whole thing, right? Of what you have done. Picking up the main points only, doesn't have to go into details. And point number 2, which perhaps can form your second paragraph, right? What do we learn from there? Right? What do we take from there? Right? The recommendations, the implications, right? Which again, you may have touched here and there in your discussion of results, or you may have one long separate sections in result sections, right? 4.3, you have discussed, but now you want to summarize them, emphasize back the importance of certain things that you want to bring, you want to make, you want readers to take home, right? You want readers to take home. Because in discussion, you can go to a lot of details with the major findings, with the minor findings and so on, but then in the conclusions, you just re-emphasize back the main finding, right? That reflect your contributions of the work. So that paragraph number 2. And then you should state your weaknesses also, right? And caveats. Right? If you have, for example, if you are able to state the weaknesses, right? And then highlight potentials avenue for future research. So these are type of things that you have to do in the context of writing introductions, right? Now, I will give you an example because all examples, as I mentioned, are more or less the same in the context of the introductions. So let me give you one example. And these examples, basically, the article I read a lot, it's not about Islamic thinking, but it provides some idea. Right? The reasons I give this article, because this list of the authors, I love the way that they write. They have written so many different articles, right, regarding banking. And the way they write, the way they run robustness checks and so on, I love their articles. Few authors that I am the follower because the way they write in details, right? So let me go through right away into the introductions, right? Before I discuss basically the abstract later on, and you'll be amazed how they write the abstract, even if the articles are very long, right? 29 pages, but they write the abstract in very short, or the abstract they have written is very short. They have done a lot of things, and I will share basically the conclusions. If you look at the conclusion that they have done, quite few paragraph, but short paragraph, but then contain the element that I have just mentioned. Right? What they have done, what the method they use, right? We look at the first one here, right? I just state the objective. They give background a little bit, and sometimes you can provide the background also, right? For example, how diversification affect the stability of bank is still inconclusive, and all these things, and they state the objective back. These are objectives that has been stated back. Right? Stated back. So these are the first element that you must have in your instructions. Right? In this paper, we have this hypothesis that efficiency is likely such a conduit which lead to negative impact on stability of bank, as efficiency likely decrease and so on. They discuss in that context. And now they look at the data. They use this data from 1,000 commercial banks, right, in 29 economies in Central, Eastern Europe, and so on. And from this, they mention the finding, right? They mention the finding. These are the findings that they have done. So look at 1 and 2 paragraph. They don't mention even the methods. You can mention the methods in this one, but it's not needed to because it already mentions there. But just try to highlight these are the findings. Right? So what are their findings? Very short. Diversification of bank on their revenue is negatively associated with the efficiency of bank. Right? Suggesting a detrimental impact of activity diversity on efficiency. Right? But then, with the efficiency considered and controlled for, this stability increasing effect directly associated with expanded. So there are trade-off here. Right? They mentioned these are their findings. Right? And these are the implications of the finding. You look at our finding may shed some light and so on. These are the implications of the finding that they get, right? And they discuss with all of these, right? And then look at the final one, right? Very important. The research can be extended in several dimensions, right? Maybe these are basically highlight something that they have not done, and they give suggestions. What can be done, right? So you have to tell this truthfully. Once you have get your finding, your implications, you have to tell what you have not done, what you wish to do. Because when you focus on something, you cannot do, impossible for you to put everything in one article. There may be certain things that are missing from your article. So he suggests this one to be the potential avenue for future research. So these are the conclusions. And in fact, I can pick up any study that has been done. Let me pick up randomly from my list of reading. I have list of reading regarding Islamic banking. Right? So I would like to open up because there are I've saved my PDF file. And then I have one that said Islamic banking. Okay? And from that Islamic banking, for example, I would like to look at basically the way that people write on the conclusions. Right? And the one that I share with you would be basically the article that come out from very good journals. Not just any journal, but very good journal. Right? And you look here, right, the context of this article that has been written, right? This article has been written. They look at again the bank, right? Let me go back to the topic that I have done here. They look again at the bank competitions and bank stability in the MENA regions, the moderating effect of Islamic and conventional bank. They try to look at whether competition affect bank stability differently between Islamic and conventional bank. Right? Now, you look at in terms of the conclusion. Right? And that's why I said when you look at the conclusion that people have done, you can just follow exactly. You look at the paper, investigate exactly the objective with the samples, right? Objective. And they highlight a measure of bank stability because they differ from some other studies that in that they use many measures of key variables, right? And they control. So they highlight the objective, they highlight the methods. These are the empirical design that they have done, right? And then they highlight the estimation methods. And then with the estimation method, they have the finding. So these are all the findings, right, that they have summarized, right? And additional findings. So they put in 3 paragraphs, right? They put in 3 paragraphs, additional finding. Now, once they have that, right, they suggest policy implications. Right? Just in summary, the main results suggest this. And what are policy implications? And this work doesn't suggest basically the avenue for future research. It's acceptable, right? But then it's good to have certain caveats so that you acknowledge the fact that there are certain areas that you are not able to account for, right? If you have those to be clear, you are clear with those areas, you should mention, right? But then at the end, you look at, they summarize they restate objective, they provide explanations briefly of the method, and then they just summarize the result that they get, right? And from those results that they get, now they put back the implications, right? The findings suggest some policy implication for promoting bank stability, right? Now, imprudent liberalization to promote may make the bank fragile. So which means that the country in that region, despite the fact that theoretically competitions among firms is important, but for the banking, right? We cannot just go and try to promote competitions, right? Try to promote competitions because, right, what has been mentioned here, right, prudent liberalizations may make the banking system to be fragile, right? So they suggest what? They have to do some sort of consolidations, especially between small and medium-sized banks. So these are the implications, right, in writing your conclusions, right, which I would say very important to put in. Now, I have learned this, I have read many articles, right, that look at how the way that we write the conclusions. So let me share with you one of my recent work that I have done, which have not out yet in volumes, but these are the research work that I have done that I will be happy to share with you. Right? And this research work that I have done, I look at very simple things because these are my area of work. I not only write on Islamic banking, but also on monetary policy in general. So this is what I'm written, what I have written in the context of monetary policy and how this monetary policy affects inequality in European countries. Right? Not Q2 or not Q1 journal, but these are also very reputable journal in this region, Singapore Economic Review. Now, I follow exactly in this. Even have been written for many years regarding various articles and so on. I still follow the format that I have mentioned to you, where when you write an article and write conclusions, I stick to 3 paragraphs. And you want to see my 3 paragraphs, right? You look at, right? State the objective, right? State the objective. These are my objectives. Right? We examine the view that monetary policy can create can result in different distribution of income for developing countries. And then assess whether financial development can moderate that relationships. Right? So that's basically my objective. Just states, because you can state in many different ways the objective. Right? And then the method. Apply panel vector autoregressions and samples. Right? And we arrive at the following findings. Right? So these are the findings that you get, right, in first paragraph. So you can basically copy, but then of course rephrase in your own words, right? Because in the first paragraph, as it mentions, just summarize the whole thing that you have done, your objective, your methods. You don't have to, as I mentioned, you don't have to describe the full length of your method, the details. You look, just describe the method. These are the methods. Applying this, using this sample, enough, right? For the conclusions, right? We arrive at the following findings. First, now these are the findings, start giving the findings, right? Seconds, thirds, right? And finally, so the first paragraph only tell that, right? And then I interpret the results, right? I interpret the results. We interpret this result in light of all kind of these things, right? And these are basically quite little bit interpretation of the results, right? And then provide recommendations, right? How do I interpret the results from what I have in light of the critical foundations there? And I provide recommendations, right? And the recommendations that I provide here, right? You look at apart from these policy implications here, right? For example, and then provide more what needs to be done. So I provide implications. Right? So that what I have done. Right? And but then I provide here the future work that needs to be done. Right? Our explanation so far, because my result is quite different from what I've done. So I try to give explanations. Okay? For example, I said our explanation here at best tentative, and that's the weakness because I don't have complete explanation yet. Maybe future works can basically look further of what I have done here, right? And we look at here, we have taken banking sector developments as representing, but then in some country, the financial market also have grown quite rapidly, which means that maybe you have to look at the stock market also, the capital market developments, not just the banking sectors. I'm not be able to do this because if I do this, try to look at the stock market, I may have small sample of countries, right? But then as time proceeds, you may have more and more data, right? And then at the same time, I said, again, the backdrop of crisis with the present one that we have, the health crisis, right? What I have done here can be re-evaluated in the context of the pandemic when data are available, for example, right? Whether the pandemic that we have right now, right, would bring the different impact in the context of the impact of monetary policy on income equality. And I suggest this one as future avenue of the research. You look at, I follow quite strictly the 3 paragraph, the 3 points format that I have just suggested to you, right? Where you summarize the main finding first, right? You summarize the main finding first, and then based on a summary of the main findings, right? Then you provide implications, discuss the importance of that findings, right? With respect to the theories, with respect to the benefits to those people who can get benefit from your work, and then you highlight some shortcoming that you have, right? You may highlight in many different ways. You don't say you cannot, you don't need to say directly, right? With those findings, our paper also have some weaknesses. Don't highlight in that obvious, right? The way you write is basically what you have looked here, your explanation tentative, right? And what you have done here, you look from this aspect. However, there may be potential need to look at different aspects, which can be a future avenue of the research, right? So you don't state as obvious, these are the weaknesses of my work. And then otherwise people say, oh, you already know your weaknesses, right? But you want to highlight that there are potential ways to improve of what I have done, right? Which in a sense, highlight that I'm not incorporated everything in my work, right? So that's very important, right? Okay, there's one here that's been done. As our
Professor.
Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me, Professor. There is one question here in the chat box from Sister Nur Hidayah. Dear Professor, excuse me to ask, as our paper will contribute to resolve the academic debates or controversies on an issue, where should we state that our finding confirms some scholars' previous finding and challenges the other finding? Is it in the conclusion or in the discussion part?
Okay, now again, for this one, you have to look at, right, whether that discussions will be that discussions on contributing to resolving academic debates or controversies, for example, whether that discussion that you want to put in will be long discussions or will be short discussions, right? Will be long, it can be done in one paragraph, or you want to elaborate it more, you want to put some other input in and view your finding in the context of others and so on, and try to elaborate more, right? So it depends which one. If, for example, you can write in only one paragraph, for example, you can write in only one paragraph, then you can put together with your results, right? Which means that when you put your results in, right? When you put your result in, right? Your main theme, then you can discuss right away, right? In the context of, in the baseline, for example. But then if you want to go longer, because you think that the implication for the academia must be elaborated quite detailed, you have your separate discussions, right? Because you want to highlight for the future practices of the academic when they look at this topic. For example, you may want to put in a separate sections, right? But normally when it comes to the debate here, for example, right, the debates here, right, you can put, let's say, this result in line with this view, right? So you can say in line with this view, right? And you explain why the result in the context of your samples, right, show that it's in line with this view, and then from that result, what are the implications? And that only one paragraph you can put together with the results, right? Which means that when you discuss the baseline result, you can put, after you present the result, then one paragraph mentioning basically all this. Now, the most important thing is this. The first draft, right? You may not be sure yet where to put it, right? The first draft of your work. But then what you are sure right now, they must be in your articles, right? They must be in your article, which means that the result and implications, the contributions from your results, for example, must be in the article. You must mention somewhere. So once you must mention somewhere, just put in first, right? Why? Because once you complete the first draft, as I mentioned, the second round of revisions, you are going to look at the flow, try to see where we should put this one, right? Remember, your first draft will never be perfect. No one can write perfect in the first draft, right? I attended during my early days of writing before, I think 10 years back, I also attended the workshop like this. And in fact, I attended a lot of workshops on the hints on how to publish in impact journals, right? And one of the editors from Q1 journals basically said, right, even the writers are from the English-speaking countries. They are American, right? They are English-speaking. But then they mentions that they are ready to revise more than 10 times. Right? Imagine we are not English, we are not from English-speaking countries. English is our second and sometimes our third language, right? Our third language, right? So you look at how many times we have to revise. And that's why do not look for perfection in the first draft. Look for information that need to be put in. Now you know that information need to be in your first draft. Now, the next draft, when you sit down, it's not about searching information anymore. It's about arranging information so that you have a good flow, right? So that's really important part. You have to arrange information in the second draft. Okay? And after you have arranged information, the third revision, now you focus on grammar. You focus on the word you use. You focus on whether you can say, you can write in different ways that are clearer and more concise, to be more academic writing. So those are the steps that you have taken. Now, if Americans ready to revise 10 times of their articles, we should not rush. Right? Complete the first draft, we send to the journal. Right? That's risky. Right? We have to revise and we have to revise. Right? So these are hard jobs that we need to do. Right? Now, I can show you the article that I have read, basically the article that I have read, where sometimes when you look at the articles, for example, right, on the front page, they put acknowledgements, right? I can show you the good article, they put so many thank to this conference, thank to that conference, which means that they go to many conferences and revise the article before they send to the Q1 journals, right? Before they send to Q1 journal, right? So that's very important for us, right? Now, see, if you want to work in the academia, right? Let me give you this, right? Because there are two things, right, that you have to remember. Are you going to chase for the quantity of publications, right, or the quality of publications, right? Now, in Malaysia, and I heard that in Indonesia, right, we have the term that we call as professor's corpus, right? Why? Because they publish a lot, 50, 60, right? 30 articles, which in social sciences, we cannot imagine how can a person have time to write article, publish in 30 journal articles. But when we look at the journal that they publish, now we start to understand. They go to the low quality Scopus journal. They are in Scopus, but low quality type journal. So they have 20, 30. That will not impact your credential as scholars, right? Because I always mention, right? If you focus on a quality and try to publish even one Q1 in every 2 years, that would be good enough, right? Or if you can write one Q2 and then the next one Q1 and then Q2, for example, that would be good enough. 10 years, you have 10 articles, but you will see the impact of that 10 articles will be more than 100 articles in low-level journals. Because low-level journal, no one will read. I will not read low-level journals, right? I don't have time to read, right? So you want your journal to be read by scholars, right? Real scholars, and real scholars will not read low-level journals, right? So these are very important that you have to put the quality part in there, right? So just look at some professors have few articles only, but they are well known. Why? Because the few articles are good articles, right? You just look at Indonesia, for example, the past, I think some of few names available there. They publish in the top journals, but they are known now. Why? Because they publish in top journals. They don't need to have 100 articles. It's nothing to be proud of. Like me, for example, I have more than 100, but not proud of that 100 because early years, I just publish in normal journal. But then I start to realize that if you want to be really having impact in the academia, the good journal that you have to write into, right? So that very, very important part, right? So that's the other one.
Just another question, Professor,
Yeah.
from Sister Indri Supriyani.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum, Professor. Thank you for the valuable insight. I have a question regarding the research implication. Is it strong enough if our research contribution is to clarifying or strengthening certain phenomena? Based on the result, my study provides several suggestions for marketers. I believe that the study on this area is still limited. However, if I ask myself, is it something new for the marketer? I'm not clearly sure about this.
Yeah. That one very important. That's why literature review, because I look at in your case, basically, you look at, I'm not mistaken, related to influencer, right? And that's what you have influencer, the impact of influencer on the intentions to purchase halal product or halal cosmetic, if I'm not mistaken. That what you, because I've gone through what you have done. Right? Now,
yeah, Sister Henry, yeah.
Yeah, that what you have done. Now, you have to look at the existing studies that has been done, whether those people that have done, because you have listed many studies that evaluate influences, but in different contexts, right? Are those studies give the same answers, or are those studies have controversies, right? And then in the context of, right, halal product, for example, you must highlight a little bit more different aspect, because you already mentioned in your work that when it comes to halal product, there are very specific characteristics. It's not only influencer is important, but the perceptions that people have whether the product is halal or not, for example. Right? Muslims are very sensitive when it comes to the products, right? Not only regarding the halalness of the product, but also who produced that product. Because sometimes from time to time, right, Muslims will reject the product that are basically from the West as a part of boycott, for example, where influences may not be effective. Right? So if you can get that finding a little bit different from others, then you can highlight them, because basically the idea, what you want to look at, see, when it comes to implication, who benefits? Right? Who benefit? And you said, okay, the one that benefit is the firm that produced the products, cosmetic. What recommendations? Whether they should use marketers or whether they should use influencers or not. Right? But then you have to provide more details, for example, right? More detail in the sense that what type of influences that should be used, right? So that aspect will provide contributions. It's not just merely having influences to market the product, but then what type of influences that will affirm the belief of the buyers, right? Because sometimes you look at, just think ourselves, right? We are the customers try to look at the product, but then when we see the influencers, we know that influencers, they are celebrities, but then we know that celebrities are highly controversial. Highly controversial, for example. So it may not help the firms to boost the sales. So if you can get into more detail rather than just, okay, you have to hire influencers, right? Because that quite, that's, I'm not sure, I would say that quite straightforward, right? Because all products need to be advertised, right? Or the other way you can do, basically, you can take a look at comparative different type of advertisements. Because sometimes people use influencers, digital marketing, but sometimes firm also use a normal advertisement, a traditional one, for example, using TV or newspaper and so on. You can make comparisons, right? And you come up with the conclusion that for the firms that have advertised their product to the mainstream media, having influencer will not boost much the sales. The incremental increase in sale will not be much, the marginal increase. However, for the firm that go digital but reduce this part, right, it increased the acceptability of product. So those are type of things that that the firm would like to know, not just giving them, okay, you must have influencers because I found that influencers increase your sale. And that one would not be so interesting, right? When it comes to your recommendations, right? Of course, you said area limited, but then try to look at the more detail of your analysis, right? So that you can give basically are more granular in terms of recommendations, not just a big statement, right? If you advertise more through influencers, you get higher product. But people know, the firm also will know, right? What are the return on investments, right? If you can get in that part, then it will be good. You don't want to come up with a situation where you pay the influencers more, but the resale that you get is less, right? So those are type of things that you have to look at. So that's why I said when it comes to motivations, you must have from the beginning something is not certain that you try to answer, and that one very important part. Okay? I'm not sure whether we have any one more. No?
Yeah.
From Nur Hidayah.
And then there is also one question in the question and answer box, Professor. I will read. Salam, Prof. I am Ahmad Hidayat. If we are going to send a paper to high index journal, how long normally our paper will be accepted to be published from the day we send the paper? Thank you. That's one question from Brother Ahmad Hidayat. And then from Sister Nur Hidayah, following up your answer to my question, Prof, in what ways do we need only a paragraph stating the compatibility of our finding with a theory and incompatibility with the other theory? And in what ways do we have to make more detailed explanation, Professor? Jazakallah khair for your answer, Professor.
So let me answer in terms of Nur Hidayah first, and then I will come back to Ahmad Hidayat. Right?
Yes, Prof.
Now, you look at, when we try to make comparisons, normally we do together with the findings that we have. Right? Normally we do with that. Remember when we discussed last time, let me put back screens here. Now, remember when we discussed last time, right? Sorry. When we discussed last time, right? When you want to discuss the results, right? You state significance and you interpret the coefficients if it's significance, right? Coefficients. Right? What that means, significant and sign, right? And now when you have this, for examples, right, or in between, you can compare with other studies, right? With other studies. With other studies, right? So normally that's what you have, right? When you discuss your results, right? And compare with other studies and theories, right? With theories. Just compare, making comparisons without having implication yet. And that's what you need to do in your discussions of the results. Right? You compare with those. Now, and of course, you may have few objectives. Now, as I mentioned, when it comes to implications, right, whether you want to put in here first, right, after you have done those things, you want to state implications, or you want to gather implication together in one section, which you call discussions. It depends on how many implications that you have. If you have many implications that you want to discuss in more elaborated manner and link them together, then you put in one separate sections. But if not, you can just put here, right? So these are very simple way to discuss the results, right? In putting in one paragraph. So you have to understand, because sometimes we have so many different objectives that we do not want just to put in one paragraph after we state the results, right? If, for example, they have too many, you just state the results, right? And just hints only in terms of implications, right? Implications, just hints only into implications, and then you create one separate sections, pull all the main results together, restate back in a more generic term, and then discuss the implications, right? So that depends on, as I mentioned, how long the implications of the result would be, right? Now, if, for example, I would like to write, let me just give a generic way of discussing the results. I can say this, right? my discussion of result, I can say this. Right? Let's say table 3 provide, right, the baseline results. Right? The baseline results. Right? And in column 1, right, right, let's say just roughly what you have done. You have column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, where we include only, right, the key independent variables, or let's say you look at what topic. I look the way what you have done. I only remember financial inclusions. We include only financial inclusions. Let's say you do this, right? Financial inclusions, digital financial inclusions as the independent variables, right? Independent variables. We find, right, financial inclusions, digital financial inclusion contributes, right, significantly, right, or to contribute positively to economic growth. Let's say you just state the results, right? And then you say coefficients, right, is significance, right, at 5%, right, at 5% significant level, right? Right. These results, and then you start conform with critical view that finance contributed positively, right, on growth, right, as suggested by, let's say, King and Levine, for example. You mentioned this. King, Levine, put 1986, and others. Put that, right? So that finance contributed. So these are basically highlight that your results are in line with those, right? The estimated coefficients, right? And you can say also here, for examples, right, is significant, right, at 5%, and right, or you can put here, right, these results stand when we extend the models to include control variables, right, as may be noted in columns, let's say 2 to 6. For example, you run 6 regressions, right? So this result conform with the critical view that finance on growth suggested by and others. The estimated coefficients of DFI suggest that, right? Now you interpret the coefficients, and you can say one standard deviation increase. Right? I just try to bring back of what we have discussed before. In DFI is associated with, right, let's say 1.2 percentage point increase in economic growth. Right? So we discuss all these results. Now, we do not want to give implication yet because you have many other things, right? Many other things that you want to discuss first regarding your main key results, for examples, right? The key result, you can discuss further, but collapse that discussions toward the end. But now you have compared with the theory, with financial compatibility and others, the so-called, for example, you put here the so-called supply leading hypothesis. Right? Supply leading hypothesis. So these are alternative hypotheses. You can mention briefly of what your result represents. Right? You can also discuss in light of the result that has been done. With, for example, other study has been done on financial inclusions. Right? These results also are in line, are basically conform or substantiate the finding that has been by this. But they look at only financial inclusions, for example. Right? So these are discussions that you have put in. Now, implications not there yet because these are just discussions of the result. And if, for example, right, let's say, if, for example, you discuss 1 or 2 paragraphs on this, you go to other control variable. Let's say this part is basically is 3.1 or 4.1, right? Baseline result, for example, you have baseline result, right? You discuss in detail, and in fact, you may have more than this. I just give you some examples that are related to result. You can discuss control variables, and then the end, before you conclude these sections, our results, right, on digital financial inclusions and its impact on growth, suggest the following implications. You can put in here. Why? Because you have only 1 paragraph to mention here. Right? You don't have any other objective because objective just this one objective. So you can put in here in 1 paragraph. But then if you have many objectives, not only you look at digital finance inclusion, you look at nonlinearity, you look at moderating factors, so many things that you look at. You just mention those results, but then you dedicate 1 separate section in 4.3, right? In terms of in separate sections. So again, an idea is go back to how long, right? How long that you want to discuss that implications. Right? But then at the end is go back to what I have discussed, right? It's not only about how long. Have that information first, put somewhere in your articles. Later on, when we revise, maybe we take a look at, we may find out, oh, this one need to be elaborated more because more information can be put in and it seems to be longer. Why not create 1 more section? So that decision will come up later on, right? When you try to write the discussions of the results. But all these things must be in there, right? Must be in there. Now, with respect to Ahmad Hidayat, how long normally our paper will be accepted to be published from the day we send the paper, right? I hope I can discuss this one toward the end of our workshop, but since this one has been asked, right? Now, see, when it comes to submissions, right? Let's say we have final draft. These are final draft, right? You send to the journal, right? And when you send to the journal, right? When you send to the journal, the editor will read. You go to editors. Right? Some journals, they have subject editors, associate editors. So the chief editors will give to the editors in the area, right, to look at your articles. Right? Now, these are the characteristics or the process, right? And the editors will make decisions, right? And decisions of the editor will be one of these 3, right? One of these 3. Right? The first one, send back the article to you, right? Either for you to put in the formats that's needed by the journals, right? Or shorten the article because the editor may think too long, is too long, right? If you get that type of feedback, then it would be basically good for you. But what you do not want to get from the editors is basically what we term as desk rejections. Right? They reject your article because the editor doesn't think that your articles fit the journals, or your article have enough contributions, or the writing are so bad, so they will give you desk rejections. Right? That one we don't want to get into it. Right? So when you get your article to pass the editors, that are comforting, which means that article view your article. The editors view that your article is worthy of basically going through the process. Right? So this may take roughly 1 to 2 weeks. Right? 1 day to 2 weeks, sometimes fast. If your article is so bad, become fast. The next day you get rejection right away. Because I have my friend sending to the Journal of Financial Stability. The next day, the editors send back your articles not fit the journal, right? So that's rejections you want to avoid, right? The second one, certain editors, they see what you have done have some meaning, have some quality, but then the papers that you have submitted may not fit totally to the journal. They will suggest transfer to the other journal. Right? Transfer to other journal without having to pay extra fee. And these are available in Elsevier journal. You can transfer, right? I used to send article to International Review of Financial Analysis. The next week, the editor coming up that your article may not fit well with our journal, but then we are transferring your article to other journal, Journal of Multinational Financial Management. If you agree, just click yes, the whole file will be transferred. Right? This one good too. Normally, if you get transferred, the editors are positive about your papers and suggest a journal that would be acceptable, right? A journal that will that your article would be more acceptable, and that one's a good thing, right? And then the new journal will put into the referee process, and the third one they will send to the referees, right? Send to the referees. So this one also will send to the referees at the end, right? So you look at this may take quite some time, right? A maximum of maybe 1 month. Now, when it's sent to referee, they normally good journal, they provide the deadline for referee. Maximum perhaps 2 months, right? Some provide 1 month only. Some give you 3 months. So you look at how long that would be, right? So that's why I said you have to spend time good enough to make sure your article is good. Otherwise, you're going to waste your time. People going to read, take many months. At the end, they give negative feedback, right? And from this, the referee will provide comments and recommendations, whether to reject, to revise, and so on. And editors will read. Sometimes the referees provide major revisions, editors may reject, right? Because the editors may exercise their own, his or her own discretions, whether to accept or not. Because there are so many articles are waiting. Editors have the option to choose, right? Have liberty to choose the good article to be included, right? The good article to be included. So highly competitive in terms of getting your article into the piece. So more or less, it comes up with here, right? From first submissions to this, it may take 3 to 6 months, right? Have one article that has sent to journals. Now 6 months already have not received the feedback yet, right? I have not received the feedback yet. Now 6 months already, right? Because normally, right, if the journals say that if you do not receive from us after this time, you can check with the editors. You should write. But if the journals do not say that, it's not advisable for us to pressure the editors, right? The more pressure you give to the editors, remember, editors have thousands of articles that have been submitted to the journal, right? So for editors to reject is so easy for them. It's so easy for them. So that's why you have to give time. Never ask if it's still within the time. But then if exceeds certain time, then you can ask in a nice way, right? In a nice way. So these are things that I will discuss at the end, because these are basically the way that we address. Now, once you receive the comments, and let's say it's not rejections. If it is rejected, then we have to see the comments. We have to look at how can we improve, and we send to other journals, right? But let's say it's major revisions. And normally the comments that we have received, sometimes we do not agree with that comments, right? But then my suggestion would be, when you see the comments and you read all the comments and you think that it's not fair, or you are mad with those comments, put your articles and comment aside first for 1 week for you to cool down first, right? Because if you are mad, if you are angry with the comment that has been made, right, you will not be rational in looking at the comments, right? Very important part, right? Because when you look at the comments, you have to understand the fact that the referees in majority of journals, in most journals, more than 90%, they spend their valuable time to read your articles, but they do not get any payments. Just academic services that we provide to academic community, right? So that's why when later on, if you are become well published, do not reject reviewing the article when you are invited, because someone have reviewed your article. You should contribute back, because these are the basis for the knowledge to be shared and for us to verify each other, right? So if you look at this case, you get a comment, put aside 1 week first, and then come back and read objectively and try to address the comments as much as possible. Never blame the referees, okay? Openly. If you have disagreements, do not put that disagreements in your response to the referee, but then you can tell that disagreement to the editor, but not to the referee, because you have to remember, these are all the politics of publications. Every one of us have ego. The referees also have ego. Don't attack the referees. It's not good to attack the referees. If you have disagreement, strong disagreement, communicate with the editors. Right? Revision may take, they will provide your revision 3 to 6 months. Right? Now, in totals, if your article accepted, I would say the length of time will be roughly 6 to 1.5 years to 18 months. Okay? So that's why research, you have to plan properly. You want to publish in 2022. Now it's late already. You have to plan for 2023, right? In the good journals, right? For next year, you must have already something in store that you have submitted before, right? Like the article that I show you of mine there, more likely will be published next year. But that one I planned last year, right? So these are basically what you need to do in terms of planning for the research, right? Planning for the research. So these are just some hints that I would like to basically share with you, right? So article, if they get published in good journals, will not take 2 months, right? 2 months is too fast, right? 2 months is too fast. I've not seen an article that accept and in 2 months, unless you are you have exceptionally good articles, right? Good articles where editor accept right away because the editors like your article, but that happens 0.01%, right, of the time. So it may not happen. So you have to wait 6 to 18 months, because rarely good journal will accept the article based on the first review. You have to revise the articles, and that will be the second. And sometimes you have to revise the second time, right? Second time. And sometimes even after you revise, the referee are not happy and they don't want to spend time on your articles anymore, right? They may reject your article after you have revised. So all these things have to be clear, and that's why it's very important, right? Totally. Once you have done your research, you have writing well and so on, there are different aspects that we have to learn when we submit to the journal articles, right? So these are the things that you get. And sometimes you get the comment, you say, these comments, I can adjust them, but why editors reject? And that one really important too, right? Why editors reject? We have to look at how we have written, how strong we have written, and so on. So these are various aspects, right? That basically some of you have learned, right? If you have submitted to reputable or high quality journals, right? So that's what I would like to share with you, right? Hopefully it's nothing else. Yep.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Professor, for a very comprehensive answer. Professor, we still have about 40 to 45 minutes.
Okay.
To
Sure,
okay.
sure.
So
I have one more section on the abstract, and abstracts is really easy because I have a lot of examples of abstract that I can give, right? Because abstract is really straightforward and direct in terms of the abstract. So I will discuss next on how to write abstracts, right? So that at the end, again, I will provide some room for you to ask, right? And then we are ready for the feedback on this Wednesday. Hopefully, I can go through the feedback with you of what you have written, right? And in terms of the abstracts, I would say that for me, the abstract is the most easy sections of the articles, but unfortunately, right, many abstract has been written is not clear enough, right? It's not clear enough because abstract is really direct in terms of writing abstract. Now, what is the abstract exactly? If you look at the definition that has been given by Feldman's 2004, a summary of an article of the length of roughly 200 and 250 words. And you give summary that of the articles of all things that you have done, but in 200, 250 words. For what? To serve as advertisements of your work, right? A kind of window display of your product, right? People see the abstract first. People read your abstract first, right? Advertisements of your product, right? Now, and as I mentioned before, abstract is normally written last, right? Because you must complete everything first, right? Everything first before you can make a summary of your work, right? So that makes sense. I think there's no need to explain that because that makes a lot of sense, right? Because you have to explain your work first, right? Before you have to complete your work first before you can basically write the abstracts. Now, what abstract must have, right? And I think the abstract is just the reflections of the first two paragraphs in your conclusions, but put in a more concise manner, right? Remember your conclusion that I have discussed before, right? You remember your conclusion that we have discussed, right? You have point 1, point 2. Now, the abstract summarized point 1 and point 2 again, but of course, I have to use different wording to mean of the same thing. But point 1, point 2 in roughly 200 and 250 words, right? And that, the abstracts, right? I've seen many abstracts that has been written sometimes too long. And you have to remember the abstract that I mentioned here related to the abstract of normal article in many journals, except the journal by Emeralds, right? Emeralds basically have structured abstracts, right? They have structured abstracts, right? Emerald publisher, right? Journal of the Middle Easterns and Islamic Management and Finance, right? And Journal of Islamic Marketing, Journal of Islamic Accounting and Banking Research. Those are Emerald journals. International Journal of Emerging Markets, right? Those are Emerald journals. They have structured abstract. That's why you have to follow their structure. But what I'm talking about, the abstract here, is the abstract of general articles in Elsevier, in Blackwell's, Taylor Francis, right, in Springer journals, right? So they are not structured, but then within that abstract, you must structure them accordingly, right? And as I said, you write the abstract, the last one. Now, what you must have in the abstracts, right? Objective, right? State the objective of the paper. Right? Note the statement of the objective may be preceded by a brief theme of the paper. You may have one sentence, and then followed by the objective. Okay? And this one sentence, just the theme of the paper itself. Mention the method. I said, you don't have to describe the method, just mention using this, using that, using this data, right? Use in analysis. And then provide narrations of your finding and sometimes listing of your findings. Right? And this finding must be the main findings, not all the findings. Right? And then to briefly conclude the abstract with remarks, what finding means, right? Especially in the context of the implications of your finding, right? The main implications, again, you look at, is nothing more than a summary of your conclusions. The first two paragraphs, right? You don't have to put weaknesses or caveats or future avenue of research in your abstract. These four would be sufficient, right? When you write your abstracts, right? I will share with you, right? We just follow. And in fact, right, I will share with you in the context of examples. I already provide you the conclusions. Right? Let me share with you basically the abstract that has been written. Right? That has been written. Now, you look at, let me see some article that I have shown you. Sorry. Let me, I have 3 articles that I have in. So let me share with you the first article first. This article, the Emerging Market Review, right, that look at various types. Right? You look at 29 pages. You look at the abstract, very short, precise, concise, and that's what you have to get. You look at not even 100, I would say, not even 100 words. These are the abstracts. Just read the abstracts. Right? Objective. Right? This paper examined the impact of business diversifications of banks on their risk with efficiency taken into consideration as a conduit. Yeah. That's the objective. Now, the data, they don't even mention methods. Using bank level data from more than 1,000 commercial banks in 39 emerging markets. No, one more thing that I have to mention to you, right? When you do analysis, you have to be ambitious, right? And our analysis sometimes is not because the problem is not interesting. It's not because our writing is not good. It's not because our method is not right. All of them may be right, but because we use a small set of data, right? I've seen your article that you have proposed. You have very small data set, right? We are living in the world of big data, right? You have to think of topic that you can exploit big data, substantial amounts of data available out there. If you look at this article, they use 1,000 commercial banks from 39 emerging economies during the year this. Okay? Now the state finding. We find that increased business exert two competing effects on bank risk. Okay? So which means competitions have two opposite effects. The direct effect of increased diversifications, right, bolster the stability, right? But the indirect effects is lower instability, and indirect effect is through the efficiency. So what they argue is that once bank diversify, it brings benefits, provides stability, but indirectly it makes bank to become less efficient, and less efficient is less stable. So you have that two opposing effects, right? And the implication is the overall benefits from banks' business applications rely on the trade-off of these two competing forces. So which means that policymakers have to look at this trade-off, which benefit, which costs are more, right? Very direct, you look at, have objective, little bit of data, it doesn't mention about the methods. Then later on, basically mentions about the findings. And from these findings, mentions about implication a little bit. Right? We have to look at the trade-off. From policy point of view, you cannot just ask bank to diversify because there exists trade-off, and this trade-off is true. How efficient would bank would be if they have to expand their business to do some other thing rather than lending or intimidations, right? Very short and precise, right? And I'm not sure, these are the second one, whether you observe albeit or not here. Right? These articles, if you not observe here, I share with you again, coming from Q1 journal, very short, right? You look, right? This paper investigates. So it's not difficult for all of you to state in the abstract the objective right away. This paper do what? Right? Using what? As I said, we control for financial inclusion. These are the model that they use. The two-step system EMM, the method that they use. They don't explain the abstract what are two-step or the whole model that you use. They just mention briefly. So just what? Banks facing little competition tend to take less credit risk and enjoy more profitability, right? And we found that competition is more prominent for Islamic bank than conventional bank, which means that having competition, Islamic bank are not ready yet, okay, to have that competitions. Now, what are the previous policy implications? It doesn't say anything specific, maybe in the article. Right? These findings have significant policy implications. Right? Now, if you look in Indonesian context, or you can say, okay, what has been done by the government in merging bank, right? So that Islamic bank can face competitive pressure. That one is a good step. Why? Because you have bigger bank, then you can face whatever competition coming in. But if the banks right now cannot face competition, Islamic bank, right, with the finding that they have here, right, the Islamic bank are become more fragile, more affected by competition. That's bad thing for Islamic bank, right? When the market become more competitive. So these are basically very simple and short abstract, where I think all of you can write, right? Because all of you have the objective, all of you have the methods, which can be mentioned briefly, and all of you can list the finding. And all of you can highlight one sentence or two in terms of implications. And that will make up basically the 250 words or less, right? So that's why I said when you read article, and in fact we have to read a lot of the articles, right? So that we understand the way that people write, right? And if I share with you, these are my articles, right? And have a lot more articles. I write in the same way, right? In terms of stating the objective. You look at the same thing. The paper empirically examined the redistributed effect of monetary policy and assess whether financial development play any role in shaping monetary policy in equity relation in developing countries, right? In developing countries. And I don't provide the methods, right, here, because in the keywords, I already have the methods, right? So I don't have to provide the methods. So here, what I put in, we uncover evidence. So I start giving evidence, right? And then I provide, right, this. I said that our result hints the importance of information sharing, right? In the efficiency of allocations of resources, not in terms of excess and debt. Right? The importance of those aspects, because financial development can have many different dimensions. The focus have to be on being more transparent, more information in disclosure, because by doing that, you reduce the monetary policy on income inequality, and that the implication that they have exactly the same thing, right? So when you take a look at basically the work that you have done, right? The work that you have done, abstract, as I mentioned, the most easy because they are straightforward, right? Straightforwards, right? In your work, right? Now, one more thing, if I want to give you a hint on writing, right? Mostly in academic writing, try to avoid passive sentence as much as possible, right? For example, here, rather than saying, sometimes you can say, in this paper, the redistributive effect of monetary policy is examined, and that passive. Don't use passive. You can use active, which means what you do. I do this, I do that. More of active type of sentence, and that what is required in the context of in the context of academic writing. Because passive, if you do not know, right, who say that, right? If you do not know, you are unsure, then you can provide passive sentence. But normally in writing, use objective word. Now, if you see from all these, for example, writing of introductions, I can give you on and on, because last night I sit down and pick up more than 10 articles and look at the abstract, more or less the same. They start exactly the same way, 90% of the article. This paper do what method, what are the results, what is implications. That is clear, right? And what you have to highlight here, the finding that you have. And people can see here whether the finding that you have interesting to look further or not, right? If you have normal finding, people may not want to look further, and that's why the research has to be something that contributes, right? Starting the research in the first place, you must have the aim of adding a little bit more thing. And people can sense, they can feel whether you have contributed or not here in your abstract. So abstract is very easy, very straightforward after you have done everything. Now, apart from the abstract, remember in many journal articles, you have to provide keywords. Right? Keyword. Now, keywords means the words that you want people to be able to detect your article by typing that words, right? So which must be the area that you are looking at, right? For example, in this keyword, diversifications, efficiency, bank risk, emerging economies. So if people want to look at bank emerging economies, this paper will appear, will come up. So you provide keywords that related to what you have done. And normally keyword sometimes can come from your titles, right? You look at all these are titles. Diversification, efficiency, bank risk, emerging economies, that provide keywords. But this one facilitates people to search your articles. And most good journals require to list JAL classifications. These are the classifications of your topic, Journal of Economic Literature, right? You have to search in Google JAL classifications and try to see your topic fit in which classifications, right? They have here G21, right? G15, right? And then they have L25, right? So these are classification that you have, right? And you look at Albeti, G21, why? Because they look at the same thing, bank risk, G23, G28, and L1, right? So you look at mine, we have to put in G44, G52, O15. So these are the index of general economic literature, right? Which we term as GAL classifications, right? And in fact, right, you can basically search this in the Google's the classifications. I think if you want to ask, I can help you after this in terms of answer and questions that you would like to have from me in terms of how to search for the classifications in the journals, right? as I mentioned, I can give you on and on the examples, right? The example of basically of the abstract. It's very straightforward. Nothing fancy about the abstract, because abstract just put together what you have done so far. The objective, the method, main finding, not all findings, main finding related to your research objective. You may have all side findings, right, with respect to your control variables, but that one not important. The finding that you would like to highlight for people to take home and the implication from that finding, and that your abstracts, right? So it's basically, you look at, when you write article, everything centered on your objective. And sometimes certain things is repeated. Implications can be in the abstract, can be in the discussion, can be in the conclusions, right? Repeated to emphasize the importance of your work. This is what we can learn, right? But you put in a different way and try to tell the story of your work that you have done, right? So let me stop here and let me get some of if you have any questions, right? I'm not sure how much time do we have.
We still have around 30 minutes
Okay,
for another question and answers. Yeah.
Yeah.
So to all participants here, if you have any more question, you can ask immediately to Prof. Mansur through by raising your hand, or maybe through the chat. You can write your question in the chat box. Okay. Is there any question regarding the conclusion and then the abstract, or is it very clear? The explanation from Prof. Mansur is very clear already, so there is no more question regarding the conclusion. Oh, Brother Purwanto, raise hand. Okay, please, brother. And okay, you can unmute. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Marhamah. Yeah. Okay, good. Good morning, good afternoon. Good afternoon, yeah. Prof. Mansur, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Mansur. Yeah. Yeah, Prof. Actually, I interest about your explanations about abstract and conclusions. Now, if I check in three types of abstract you mentioned before, and then in the first sentence just direct to investigate and then to and so on. Now, is it possible in abstract you put about a little bit about maybe one sentence about the background, yeah, about the background, and then after one line the background, and then we put about objective the research. This is number one. The second one, is it possible in conclusion is in pointer, not only in paragraph? Prof. Mansur, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, now see, writing, as I said, the second one pointer. The first one is what, Dr. Puanto?
Yeah. Yeah, if I check in three paragraph you provide before, and then just direct to investigate and then to describe and so on. Is it possible? And then before mention to investigate, we put a little bit the background of the study. Maybe one sentence, possible or not, or just directly investigate or identify and so on.
The conclusions, right?
Yeah, and abstract, Prof.
In the abstract, okay.
Yes.
Now, let me answer that one because through the examples. Let me answer that one through example. In the abstract, can you put one sentence of the background? The answer is yes. The answer is yes, because in fact, some have suggested 7 things in the elements, but then when I look at the practices, it remain only these 4, right? Some even suggested in terms of putting the weaknesses, the policy implementations, the avenue of future research in the abstract. But then when I read more and more articles that have been written in this area, right? in this area, for example, I found that only these four tend to be repeated all the time, but not any other areas like the one that you have mentioned in the context of providing the background. But then, can you provide the background? Right? The answer, yes, you can provide the background. Right? There's no problem to provide the backgrounds, right? There. Right? But then let me provide you some examples that put the background in first, right? Let's see. Sometimes quite difficult also to find those examples, because normally I get just the article that basically putting in just objective, directly to the objective. Let me see. Okay. Now I have this article that provide the background first. That provide the background first. I stop share first. Provide the background. These are the articles. Yes, you can do this. You look at here. They provide one paragraph of the background. They look at the cyclicality of lending in Africa, the boom-bust cycle in bank financing. You look at, they provide the background first. Ownership structure of bank has dramatically changed over the past 2 decades in African countries, with privatization and foreign entry, including the expansion of an African bank. And that's the background. The changing in the ownership structure with the penetrations of foreign banks, with the privatization and the penetration of foreign bank is not only from the West, but also from other African banks, which they call as Pan-African banks. And then you have the objective. You have the objective, right, that you put in here. Okay, Prof. Yeah. So it can be done, right? Can be done. The second one, right, that you have mentioned, right, that you have mentioned. Can we list, right, the findings, right? Can we list the findings? Now, this is only reflects, I would say this only reflects the style of writing, right? There's no harm to have a list of your findings, right? I do not have with me here because I used to provide list because it makes it easy, right? It makes it easy. Provide a list of the findings, right? For example, you can write in this way, right? Write in this way to suggest the writing, right? You write, let's say, this paper doing what? Right? This paper doing what? Right? Examines, as what we have discussed before, right? This paper examines, and then you say applying, right? Let's say use right? SEM's approach to data collected from questionnaire, right? With size of, let's say, of 250 respondents. You don't have to tell what are respondents and so on. We arrive at the following conclusions. Right? We arrive at the following finding. Right? Now, instead of saying first, second, and so on, you list them. Right? What are the findings? 1, 2, 3, for example, 4, right? You list them. And you say, these findings remain generally robust, right? With, for example, what you have done, right? Robust to what? Right? To subsample, for example, you use subsamples. So you say this. So this can be the first paragraph too, where you list. I have done this before. In the article I have written in for the Journal of the Asia Pacific Economy quite some time back. I have listed the findings. These are my findings. Easy people read. This is my findings, second, third, and fourth. I have done that before, so it can be done. But then sometimes some referees do not like this way. So they suggest you to put in paragraph, but that doesn't matter, right? Because this one easy to do, change from here to here. But when it comes to listing finding, it can be done in your conclusions. There should be no problems. Right? You want to list the finding 1, 2, 3, 4, what you have found out, so that people can have clear, or this is what you have found out. And these findings that you have stated here, right? That you have stated here, basically is what you basically what you have said there, just to make it clear to the readers, right? So there is no harm there, right? The only thing, that's why information is more important. If you have this, you can write in many different ways as long as you have them. Right? But if you don't have them, then those who try to revise your work find it difficult because information is not complete. Right? So you have to provide this information. Right? When you provide this, it can be written in terms of the whole paragraph, or you can list the findings. So these are one way that you can do in the context of findings. Okay. I hope I answer your question, Puan.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Prof. Mansur. Yeah, thank you very much. Very clear, Prof. Yeah, thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Mansur. Yes, Prof.
Any others?
Yeah. Any others question from other participant? If there isn't any more question, there aren't any more question. Are we enough?
Look, let me get feedback from you. If you don't have questions, I will have a question for you. The last time we discussed the results sections, are there any you face problems since the last time we discussed and you try to implement the empirical analysis? Do you have any problems, right, that you face as a result of your analysis of the data?
No, okay. There's question to all participants here who write the paper. How about the question? Who already have written the result and face challenges maybe?
Or can you give me who already have the first draft? Because who already have the first draft? The articles.
Who already has the first draft? The first draft.
Yeah.
Anyone?
It need not be complete, because the first draft very important for us to check the informations whether they are there or not, and then I can give feedback based on those. Right? Because for me, to discuss on the grammar or on the writing is not yet more of information that need to be in the article first, right? Whether you have those informations or the required informations or not.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone who want to share the progress of their paper? Maybe who already has finished the draft? Anyone? No?
Anyone? If you finish the first draft, you get the feedback in the next, in the finals, perhaps, because to give me today, and for me to read may not be, I may not have sufficient time because I focus more on 1, 2, 3 that you have submitted up until the module and methods, right? Especially, I have not given feedback yet on the method that you have written in more details. So I would like to give that feedback in terms of structure of your methods, right? But then you have written on literature review and you have written on the introductions, right? I may give also that feedback, right? So very important because without the first draft, basically, when would you have the first draft? Because I know sometimes not easy, but then as I mentioned, when you first write, for example, try to put information in first without bothering about the grammar on how you put it and so on. Put information first, right? So that you can get roughly the articles.
Yeah. Maybe Ibu Dewi, do you have a question? Oh, Muniati Aisyah. Yeah, Ibu Muniati Aisyah. Yes, please. Unmute the mic.
Muniati, you have to unmute the mic.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
I have a draft, but I'm not the previous participant. This is a new draft. Can I share?
You want to share? Okay.
But it is a new draft.
Okay.
Is it okay?
You can share, but then if you can send to me, it would be good for that, so that I can give you feedback on the next one. Because now we have completed everything, right? The only thing now we have to give feedback on what you have written, what need to be done more.
Okay.
You can share.
Yeah, the committee can Ibu Muniati share the presentation. Please allow her.
But I think Ms. Muniati is not our selected participant.
Yeah. I'm also the participant.
Yeah, but then our intentions, for example, the reason we open up also those who are not selected with the hope that few of you will be followed through our courses and come up with a draft. And I would be happy to read your draft. In fact, even you have not participated, right? Because I don't think I should stop, even if my priority to those who are selected, but then given that the number of drafts not so many, I still can spare some time to look at your draft. I would say, right? So that our hope. In fact, when you look at from yeah.
Yeah, I think she has already promoted to be a panelist. Yes, Ibu Muniati, you can share your screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she's left Prof and Mbak Mut because I've already give her as co-host, but now.
Yes. Where can I send the file in the chat room?
No.
You can send to Nadia. You have access to Nadia. You can send to Nadia, and Nadia can forward to me to look at.
Yes. Maybe that would work, or maybe Sister Nadia to give permission to share.
No,
Because I cannot send it in the chat room.
Ms. Muniati, you have been as a co-host, so you can share the screen. Share screen, I guess. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. In share screen. Okay. Actually, this is in the field of more to marketing.
Okay.
Especially in the customer satisfaction. Me and my colleague has already make a research in terms of collaboration consumption, and I still confused about the conclusion or in the abstract about the finding, how the finding can be more benefiting to government, because there is like a unique finding that in Indonesia, the low community, especially in Gojeks, like Uber ride-hailing service, the collaborative consumption. This is one of economic sharing concept. Actually, the findings show that the drivers' psychological well-being is significantly, how can I say it?
I think when I look at your abstracts, right, and in your topics, no?
Yes.
No, when I look at your abstract and your topics, there are certain words that I'm not quite understand. Basically, when you say collaborate consumption, what that exactly means?
Oh, okay. It likes sharing economic concept in ride-hailing service, like Uber or Grab.
Yeah, I know, but then what's your objective? Because
okay.
I have to look at your objective first.
I like to examine whether the collaborative consumption concept has effect on drivers' psychological well-being, because the background that many countries face mental illness for their community, but in case in Indonesia, it the well-being of the psychological is not affected.
No, because if I'm not clear, then I will not be able to provide the feedback, because these are marketing topic. So,
yes, I'm so sorry.
When you say collaborative consumptions, I'm not sure what that exactly mean, that one thing. But then I see that you try to look at the impact of what's on what. There are certain things that you try to do here, right? But then your abstract that you have been written, you have to rewritten the abstract, because you look at there's no methods in your abstracts, and there are no findings that you state in your abstract, what finding that you get, and so on. So I'm not sure because you have collaborative consumptions. I have to see what that means, because I'm not sure. Collaborative consumption means what?
Okay. So I have to explain the collaborative consumption in the abstract, Prof?
No. The meaning itself is not quite clear for me. What do you mean by collaborative consumptions? Because consumption is consumption, but then collaborative consumption examples.
Oh, okay. It's more like the driver can use more for their asset, like the vehicle, to earn income.
Yeah. Okay, I'm checking this. But your topic is on collaborative. Your topic is what? Go up. right?
Uh-huh.
Of course, e-hailing itself is basically collaborative consumptions. So why you need to state collaborative consumptions there?
Okay, okay. It's like a double concept, Prof.
Yeah, because you want to look at what? The impact of
ride-hailing service, perhaps.
Yeah, the impact of e-hailing, right? E-hailings and what during the COVID-19, right? And why you want to look at e-hailing? Because many people go into e-hailing, right? So what are the issues that you want to look at? That you can go back to the topics that you try to do there. So I have to be clear on your objective first, and that's why when you give me like this, very difficult for me to to look at. Can you go up a little bit more?
Yeah.
No, go ups. Your topics.
Okay.
Yeah. Collaborative consumption's impact on customer well-being and psychological well-being, right? And what you can do here, for examples, right? Collaborative consumptions and its impact on satisfactions and psychological well-being. The case of e-hailing, for examples.
Okay, the case of
e-hailing. And then you have to state clearly your objective, right? And you look at even the abstract, for examples, right? So that's why I think you send this article through Nadia, and then let KS decide, and then in that way, I think I should be able to look into what you have done here. Right?
Okay, thank you so much, Prof.
The title have to be clear, but then it seems to be interesting because you try to look at people shift from one work and go to e-hailing. And so many people doing e-hailing right now, right? How would that affect customer satisfactions and the well-being, for example, right? So those are things that we are going to look at.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay. Any others?
Any others? Any more questions?
Yeah, the one that I asked, when would I get the first draft? For few articles, at least few articles. I need few articles first draft. Nur Hidayah, your article. Right?
That's a very important question. So when will...
Can I send it to you also, Prof?
Yes.
Okay.
No, all that have first draft. Okay, now I have to look at for the finals. Workshop that we have to put your first draft, at least some example, and then go through with all of you what I'm missing there, right? And in fact, in the final, for examples, if you give me early, I would like to request the permissions of the authors to distribute that final draft to all participants, so that participants can take a look at first, and then we come back, and I will cite, if I referee this paper, what I would tell you, one by one, right? And I will suggest restructuring or whatever that I will suggest to you. So these are basically to put you through a potential refereeing process, right? What I'm missing in your article and so on. So that's why I need certain commitments. Those of you who have completed, for example, I will provide checklists against of what we have learned so far from the introductions up until the end, whether you have those elements of checklist or not. If you have them, for example, then we go to this next step. Can we restructure them in a more concise manner? And that require examples, right? Okay. For the first three, I already have the example, but I would like to see the results, conclusions, and abstracts, right? Your first draft.
Okay, the first draft.
So I will let Nadia and KS to coordinate on this to have few example of the first draft?
Prof,
Because yeah.
Bulaili want share draft to you. May I ask the share screen? Or Bulaili is here? I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, do we have time?
Yeah.
We have time, but maybe one more draft.
Yeah. You can share here, but then I will not be able to give full feedback. I have to go through, I have to sit down, I have to read the draft that you have.
Okay,
you can
then
share.
Please give Bu Laili a privilege to share her screen.
Yes, wait. Bu Laili, I have promote Bu Laili to
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Wait, Bu. Okay.
Sorry.
Already as a co-host, Bu Laili.
Okay, Prof. I have shared the draft to Sister Nadia.
Okay.
Because I use I have mobile phone right now. Can you share, Sister Nadia?
Okay.
So we have this draft. The draft. Prof.
This one, right?
Yes.
Bu Laili?
Yes.
Okay.
So the objective is to analyze the contribution of modes of financing, modes of Islamic financing to Islamic growth.
Okay. So this one is which paper number?
Oh, 128, 132. This one is not selected in.
Oh, okay.
This workshop.
Okay, if not selected in the workshop, it's okay, right?
But it's one paper under JIMF.
Okay, I already received these articles, right?
Okay, sure.
I already received these articles.
Okay.
I'm going to go through the articles, but then I will communicate to you through Askaria.
Okay, okay.
So I will look at it. Of these articles, quite interesting what you have put in here there, but then there are certain things that because I have been tasked to edit the articles, so I will edit the article, and if I have something to ask, then Pak Askaria will communicate back to you. Hopefully,
okay.
I think this one may not be in. I'm not sure will be in 7.3 or maybe we put in 7.4. So I'm not sure yet. But then I have this article, so you don't have to worry.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof.
Okay, thank you to Bu Laili and also to Prof. Mansur. Is there any more question from the participant here? Okay, so it is the big task for KNEKS to make sure that all the participants who already proposed their paper to finish their first draft, at least, yeah. Okay, Professor. If there is no more question, do you have anything to to add? Do you have something to add more?
No, I don't have anything to add more, but then my hope that I will get your first draft. That only hope that I have right now, right?
Okay.
So that we can learn together. I think the one that have completed first draft doesn't have to be complete draft, but then it's good for everyone to see, right? When we put that first graph on the screens, right? And as I mentioned, if I can receive that first draft at least 1 week before the final workshop, for examples, and then you give permission that first draft will be distributed to all participants, so everyone can just scan through and read before we come up with the final series that we have. so I can bring you section by sections of that first draft, few articles on what is missing, because from the theoretical point of view is the same. Introduction, you must have this and this and this. And then we do the checklist, right? And when we do the checklist, we look at how can we restructure them, right? So that you can see what are missing, what's needed more to motivate your work, to go to each section, whether they fulfill the criteria that we have discussed or not, right? Because we have to do this thing, right? Proofreading or editing the work, there are so many professional readers, professional proofreaders out there, which we can basically use their services. But then the informations, the one that I emphasize a lot, information that need to be put there must be in there. So that one need to be looked first before we beautify, right, our draft, right? Before you beautify, you must have elements that are needed first. That one really important. Okay. So my hope to get that first draft so that I can prepare the final one. And on Wednesday, I will go through the draft that you have, just up until the methods. I will pick some. I will try to look at kind of basically the continue. I will give that one first, and we continue the full draft in the final sections, right? And hopefully, you have to have target by what time you're going to complete the draft. And once you have that draft, for example, right, and how to beautify it. And when we beautify it, have to a certain form, we have to be ready to submit to the journals. And in that one, I may be able to suggest which journal that you can submit depending on the issues that you are looking at.
Wow,
okay.
Wow. So, yeah, so to all participants, please do finish your first draft. I mean, it's very lucky to be one that provided the journal by Prof. Mansur. So you need to fast. Okay. I think that is all, Professor.
Yep.
Okay. So if there is no more question, and if Prof. Mansur think it is enough, but before we finish our agenda today, please allow me to fulfill the role of moderator. Okay, several things that I have taken a note on what have been explained by Prof. Mansur. First is before writing the implication, there are several things to write, including the findings, the significance of the study, the answer to research question, and then the comparison with the finding from previous study, and also the theories. And then having all the information needed in the article is important. As long as you have all the information needed, it will be easy to restructure. That's what Professor Mansur said. And then you have, or we have to rewrite at least 3 times until the final draft, the first draft, and then the second draft, and then the final draft. So the process is very long. So please do finish your first draft. And then it is important to go back to your research objective to write the implication of your study. The implication discuss the impact of your research finding related to the policy recommendation or managerial implication. And then the implication should not be obvious. It should be important. It should provide important and significant contribution for policymakers or managerial teams. It is about how important your finding is. And then also, it is also important to address whom benefited from your research finding to write the implication. Yeah, so it is regarding the, this is regarding to whom the policy recommendation or managerial implication are addressed to. And then regarding where to write the implication of finding, you can write immediately alongside the discussion of the result. And then you can also write the implication in the conclusion maybe and policy recommendation, or you can also make a separate section specifically to discuss the implication. And regarding the conclusion, several things to be pointed out is that we can summarize briefly about the article, and then in the conclusion, you can mention about the research objective, and then research method, key finding, and then key finding of the research. And then write a summary of the finding implication, and the next thing you need to write is the weakness or the shortcoming of your research, so that you can highlight the suggestion for further research. And then the process is write the implication first, and then write the conclusion, and then the abstract. Regarding the abstract, it is the abstract is an advertisement of your paper, so it is important to write your abstract carefully, so it can catches the eye of the readers. Yeah, it roughly consists of 200 until 250 words. Several elements of the paper which need to be included in the abstract, including the research objective, and then methodology, result, and conclusion, and of course in brief manner. Use an active sentence instead of a passive sentence. And lastly, keywords are very important in determining whether your paper can be discovered by a reader or not. So select your keywords strategically. I think there is all, Professor. I'm sorry if there is a mistake about the conclusion. So thank you once again to Prof. Mansur for very insightful explanation on the implication of the finding, on the conclusion, and also on the abstract. I believe what you have been explained, which will certainly enrich all the paper that have been written by all participants here. May Allah bless you with all His blessing and rewards. Amin. And also thank you. And also thank you to all participants who have joined us until the very end. And once again, please do finish your first draft as soon as possible. Okay, the committee will make sure that you. The committee need to make sure that the participant finish their first draft. And lastly, I would like also to apologize for all the inconvenience coming from me as moderator. Thank you for your kind understanding towards me. And Professor, do you have a closing statement?
No, I don't have. I just want to have.
Okay. Okay, so I think that's enough. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all of you. And we are moving to the end. Yeah, but then our end will not be end until we see the first draft from you. And we really would like to see at least throughout the 5 months or 6 months that we have gone through together, there are some improvements. There are some basically you learn certain things from what I have done, and that I think the objective of KNEKS, right? Because to support the fast growing Islamic banking and finance, and together with the Islamic economy blueprints of Indonesia, as well as Islamic social finance, we need more and more people that are at the front of research, right? We have many that are practitioners that are on the ground. And sometimes people on the ground require us to provide inputs of what need to be done. So we must move together, right? They do on the ground, and we do the research to provide suggestions and so on. So if there's strong link between those two, and of course what we do have two different objectives: one to have impact on the ground, but second one to be able to publish so that we can communicate our knowledge to the wider audience, not only in Indonesia but also internationally, so that all of us can benefit. So that's very important part, right? So hopefully you can learn from what we have discussed. And let's put that in writing, which means in the articles, right? So hopefully, yeah. Thank you, Bu Marhamah, on being very good MC today.
Yes. Okay. I think that will be enough. Thank you once again, Professor. We are really grateful for your time you spent here to share your knowledge on the writing, and let's close our session. Let's close this session with hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. And then doa kafaratul majelis. Subhanakallahumma bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Enough for me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Mbak.
Prof. Thank you, Mbak
Prof.
Mun.
Mansur. Thank you all. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
I will end the session, Prof. And all. Thank you.
Thank you.